I believe that could be Robert Rolls who is joining Uldis running past the vehicle they're filming from. We also have Victor Ljungdahl, we have Christian Hartman, we have Victor Munk Larsson on your screen right now. All of them from down west here in Sweden, Gothenburg and Kungsbacka. But as you can see, Uldis Upenix from Latvia has taken an early lead during this run.
Yeah, I haven't left the arena yet. I can see, as you talked about, he has struggled a little bit with the filming, but at least we can follow it. So what happened actually just after the run start, Luka Dukic, he ran actually straight to the right, down on the road, and he accidentally tripped on someone's leg, and yeah, he fell actually. I don't think it was that bad, but a little bit of a rough start for Luka Dukic in this competition. I don't think it was any injury involved, but he tripped on someone's leg and fell, Luka, in the start of the run.
What did you say? Did he?
Just down the road, there's you pass it's the pedestrian walk, and he started running on the pedestrian walk, and then he ran down on the right, down on the road. I don't know why.
Oh.
And when the people standing by the road yelled at him, he looked to his left, and then he trips on someone's leg and fell on the road. But it wasn't, of course, it probably wasn't any problem.
Maybe this was his ego that has been hurt.
Yeah, probably.
Because you have marked this road. Obviously, everyone else knows their way, and you have put up signs and you put up like markings through the down to the
actually, I think it was
lake.
just that 16 people a little bit jacked up in the first event, running together, and you trip on someone's leg, and that's
probably
stuff that happen in these kinds of events.
Luka also being a strong runner, wanting to make an early push for it, wanting to come out in front of the pack, maybe being a little bit too hot out the gate, so to say. Again, all this, an early lead, keeping that early lead, looking very comfortable. Again, strong endurance athlete, strong athlete in almost any event. We'll see how he'll do in the heavier events later on this weekend. But right now he has about an hour more to go during this event.
And he has a high pace, actually.
It's very high pace, but he looks like, and he knows himself, he's been doing this for a while, he's been to the games a few times. He will be at the games again for, I think it's the third or fourth time later this month. So he probably knows exactly how hard he can go during this run.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and I spoke a little bit with him before this event, and he really liked it. You could sense how he asked questions. This is like, I want to win this. When you ask specific type of questions, you know that this is an athlete that wants to win it. He just wants to make sure that he have all the details he need to make sure he win the event. But as you can see, Luka is pretty close behind, and Uldis told me before that he's not super good at swimming. So maybe Luka is, if Luka is better at it, maybe he can pick up some pace in the swim. And Luka is a bigger athlete, so probably in the row. Of course, rowing is cardio exercise, but you have a bit of an advantage being or so to speak, you don't have a disadvantage being bigger in the rowing machine. Of course, it's easier to run if you're lighter.
Yeah, most definitely. And so as you can see here, they are heading down to the lake. They will soon commence their first 500 meters. Luka being right next to him, and we'll see here who comes after. I think that is
Victor Ljungdahl. No,
there is Christian Hartman.
Yes,
Hartman. And that's
Munk,
Victor Munk Larsson. Yeah.
And then we have Långsved and Ljungdahl.
The three victors are...
Actually, it's like sub 10 minutes.
Yes, we have Robert Rolls. We also have the rest of the pack coming up here. So roughly maybe around under a minute lead from first to last. Somewhere around there.
Yeah, so they probably, I would say, it says in the description it's 2.7. I think it's 2.61 kilometer actually.
Tomato.
Yeah, but actually it's they're gonna run down. They're gonna pick a rower, put the shoes by the rower, then run down to swim. So in total, in terms of how much meter you put behind, it's like 2.7 in total.
Yep. And let's say that you're not the strongest runner, but you're a lot stronger on the swim. You will have enough time to pick up that pace you've lost on the run. So all this, as you said, knowing maybe that Luca is the stronger, could be the stronger swimmer of them two.
Yeah.
He needed to put himself in lead to start that up. But again, we do not know who will be the strongest swimmer here. I know that Victor Ljungdahl actually is quite good at swimming.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a swimming background, he has a football background, but he's a natural talent in the lake, and he won the swim run last year. So I think that he'll do pretty good here. I think that Christian Hartmann, he will do pretty good as well in the swim. He said that he hasn't swam for a while, but I know that he's done that before, and I don't think that there will be any problem for him as well. So as you can see,
breaststrokes in the middle of the screen right now. I don't know who that might be.
No, and that's another thing, that maybe you've practiced on the swimming, doing that fresh in a pool, and it's something completely different to swim out in the lake. It's also different to swim next to someone else, not being able to pass them, or maybe getting like kicked or scratched by the other ones.
Yeah, I think that the big difference as well, if you like want to compare it with the triathlon, you always start in the water. You can start with a controlled breathing from the start. Now from the running down to the water with a high breathing, high intensity in your body, going down in the water, you can't really choose when you want to breathe. You have to breathe when you need to breathe, and that can make it harder for you to get like into the zone with the swim. So that way, I think that some of the more unexperienced swimmers or unexperienced multi-sport athletes will have a little bit harder to pick up to a good swim pace from the beginning, actually.
That could be true, and something that you might not want to underestimate as well. We had a case last year where one of our elite females, she swallowed so much water that she was not able to commence the entirety of the weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, like it's gonna be hard to recover from that if you maybe too hot out the gate. You have your pulse up going into the water. You go for the freestyle technique on the swimming, and you start to inhale water instead of air.
Yeah,
and that could cost you quite a lot. Both
Absolutely.
in terms of maybe like panicking in the water, and both coming out of the water as well and trying to run with that. If you swallow the water, that's hard.
This event, for those who are just recently started looking, we have 2.7 kilometers running. Then they have 500 meters swim, which will be in a roundabout. They will do 250 meters, go up of the water and down again to do another 250 meters. Then they will go up to do 5,000 meter row, and then they will go all the way back again, doing 500 meter swim. And then the last run is 1K longer than the first one, so 3.7 kilometers.
And as I say, they're going for 2 laps of 250 meters. I think they are starting to round up their first lap of 250 meters. So when they get up on shore, we might be able to see who are still in the lead right now.
It's a blue
swim cap, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's impossible to say from here.
It was someone with the blue swim cap since I did the start. I know that Victor Longswed had a blue swim cap, but what I can remember, he's not a super good swimmer. So he was pretty far in front in the run, but I don't think that he would pass all the other guys in the swim. We'll have to see when he get up on the border.
If I remember correctly, Victor competed in Dubai a few years ago. That could have been pre-pandemic, and in that competition they started off with an ocean swim, and if I remember now, I think that he said then that was his first or one of his first times swimming in open water.
Yeah.
So as we said, it's something different to swim in open water.
Maybe Victor Ljungdahl as well had a blue swim cap. He was a good swimmer.
He's a really strong swimmer, and he's also strong endurance athlete. So I'd say that you're gonna have to watch out for him, and I'm not sure that I think that a lot of these athletes, they know Ullis, they know Luca, they've seen them compete internationally, maybe Uldis and Luca do not know the Swedish competitors
no,
that
no.
good.
Exactly. As we can see, it looks like it's actually. Is that Christopher, the Norwegian guy? It looks like that was Christopher from Norway, Christopher Nilsen, the
Could
male
be,
athlete. Yeah, and that is Phil Haskett in second place, and that's Uldis.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is interesting. Is that, I think that was Christopher, and then you have Victor Ljungdahl down in the water again.
So that's, we have our top 4. We have Christopher Nilsson, we have Phil Haskett, we have Ulle Supenex, and we have Victor Ljungdahl rounding up the top 4 in this heat. Being strong swimmers then, obviously.
And then we have Luca walking up the water over there. He's like in 5th place right now, I would say.
But there's a lot of ground to cover left
Yeah.
until you finish this event.
Someone throws his swim cap.
There were Victor Longsford as well. Victor Munk Larsson, also a really, really strong runner and a strong rower. Maybe not the strongest one from the swimming though. So soon all of the athletes will have done their first lap of 250 meters. After the second lap, they're gonna go up and put on their shoes and get on the rower. And by then, I think we will have a more clear view of who's in the lead. Because they will be rowing for 5,000 meters, and that's roughly around 18 minutes, I would say. 18 to 20 minutes, depending on how hard you've gone earlier and how much you'll recover on the rower. I think we also have Anders Claesson there from Varberg. And we have a few more athletes left on their first lap going from that breaststroke technique. And it was 2 years ago we started these live streams from the Battle of Wermland. They wanted to make a competition during the pandemics, and they actually managed to do so. They invited a lot of really, really good athletes from both Sweden and Norway. We had Kristin Holte here, and they also started with a little run, swim, and bike erg as well. And back then, a lot of the guys went for the breaststroke early on. Few of them tried the freestyle technique, but a lot of people quickly changed to breaststroke when they noticed that it didn't really make that much difference. And as far as I can tell, so from the first lap here, knowing your freestyle definitely makes a difference because it will be a lot faster, and a lot of people have been a lot better at swimming the last few years now, and that will come to your advantage during this actually quite long swim sessions. Maybe coming out of the water a little bit dizzy there. And even though it's sand, you want to make sure not to step on anything so that you cut your legs. I think they've swept the ground before this event, making sure there are no glass or something in there. And that's Bronislav, actually, the Polish guy, one of the stronger athletes also in this heat. And Bronislav, he was here 2 years ago when they swam at the exact same beach where he is at now, and I think they started out with 3 laps of around roughly the same distance that they are at right now. And I think he was last or second to last during this event. He's not your typical endurance athlete. He knows that as well, so he's looking to pick up points later up in this competition when there will be heavier weights. So we'll have to see if we actually have a few athletes coming out for their second lap right now. And I want to apologize that we don't have the numbers of all the athletes written on them, and might not be able to see exactly who is who right now. That could be Tim Holmberg coming out of the water. Yeah, I believe that it's Tim Holmberg. Tim, who's been here a few times before as well. Also not your typical endurance athlete, but also one of the stronger ones.
Yeah.
And I think I've said that for
Christopher is actually finished with his second run and his first guy to the rower.
yeah, and he laps Tim.
He lapsed.
He laps him. Yeah.
This Christopher, I know him because he trains together with Simon Mentally. He does V program, I know. And he actually no, he didn't swim with his shoes. No, he put them on. Yeah, he young guy from Oslo, Norway. Very strong guy. So this is pretty interesting. I know he snatches around, let's say, 120 and 150 clean and jerk, maybe roughly. And right now he's first in the endurance event. That's pretty interesting.
And he's followed closely by, I think that's Phil Hesketh,
yeah.
right? Phil,
Really
Phil
interesting.
could be one of the older athletes in the heat.
Yeah, he's probably, not a nice thing to say, but at least you get the feeling that he should be one of the oldest, since he's a bit of a legendary in terms of CrossFit. He's
almost
been
vintage.
there for, yeah.
And he's also been here before. Phil, who ended up in the podium last year, also been to the games a few times. And I think that this guy's been around for like forever. So he's no stranger to these types of longer events as well, doing that at the games earlier. And there we have Ole Supernix, Oldis, who obviously picked the first row. So they more or less could choose the rowers depending on when they got to the rowers after their first run. So they came to the rowers, they claimed the rowers by putting their shoes in front of them, and then they went down in the water for the first run. And now a lot more athletes are following them up and getting on the rower for their first, or for the 5,000 meters. We have also Anton there, Anton Davidsson, also one of the newcomers to this competition. He hasn't been here before. Haven't seen him for a few years actually, but this young guy came from nowhere in around 2019 and did a name for himself when I competed against him then. And roughly I think we have around a minute or so lead from Christopher Nilsson. And Phil Hesketh maybe around 30 seconds after him. And the thing with the rowing as well, that let's say you row at the pace of 2 minutes per 500 meters, that will make this 5,000 meters in 20 minutes. And if you pick up the pace with just 10 seconds per 500 meters, it will make a minute or so, or a minute and a half at the end of this. And yeah, that's a lot, but if that also costs you a lot more to row faster. So it's hard to say if the rowing will be the thing that will sell this event. Right now, my guess is that the row might just be something annoying that you have to get past. But as you can see, the run as well, they were quite a few good runners. But it's been the swim so far that has spread out the field. And all of these guys should be able to comfortably row at around the 2 minutes pace or faster than that as well. Maybe starting at around 2 minutes pace and then picking it up to 150 or so. And that's just my estimation for this. I will say that Uldis, who was third or fourth out the water, could have just a slight advantage on the rowing being the first one to the rower and picked the row that was in the back, so he will be able to glance over at the other athletes, maybe get a feeling of their pace, and maybe just putting himself slightly ahead of that pace. And Eric said it before, Ullis is not the tallest athlete in this hill, but I've rowed against him before, and he's actually a lot better at rowing that you might be expecting, considering he's not that tall. But he can row. He can really row. A few more athletes in the water. I think we saw Bronislav, and we also have Tim Holmberg left in the water. Otherwise, we have almost all the athletes up here. And that gives me a chance to name all the athletes we have here. So in this heat and in this event, we have Emil von Gerber, we have Victor Ljungdahl, we have Erik Brorsson, we have Victor Langsved, Pontus Forsberg, we have Christopher Nilsson, Christian Hartman, Anders Claesson, we have Robert Rolls, we have Victor Helsinghoff, Anton Davidsson, Phil Hesketh, Tim Holmberg, Bronislav Olenkovic, Ole Supenix, Victor Lund Larsson, and Luka Djukic. These are your male elite athletes who have just recently started their first event at this year's Battle of Wermland. Christopher Nielsen and Victor Langsved almost doing some kind of synchronized stroke here on the rower. And the rower are so close to each other that they will be able to have a shot at seeing the pace of the fellow athletes next to them as well. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. It could maybe give you a slight edge of them. It could also make them a bit stressed out if they feel like they're losing ground on them. And there's still a lot of event left after this 5,000 meters as well. So you have another 500-meter swim coming up, and then you have the longer of the two running parts as well. So they will do 500 meters swim, and they will do 3.7 kilometers run. And can't quite see the monitors on the rowers to say their pace, unfortunately. And while they are rowing down there, I know that the females are lining up to soon be starting their first run. They will do the exact same event as the males. They've been going for around 28 minutes right now, and they have more than half the event left. There we can see Ullis and Luka next to each other. And let's see who that is. I think that is Tim Holmberg. And by then we will be on to the start of the female athletes. So while the man has been going for around half an hour, we have the females who will be starting their first 2.7 kilometers of running before they will get into the water. Eric is just testing out the horn now. And the females, we have Maria Lengfors, we have Louise Wikström, Madeleine Persson, we have Olivia Johansson, we have Ida Melin Olsson, Ida Åkerlund, Hanna Karlsson, Ida Johansson, Inga Loftsnäs, Erika Ekelund, Elvira Ek, Andreas Solberg, Antonia Fält-Kutulinski, and Emily Claw. a few of these girls have been here before. And they are off as well. Last year, I know that Emily Claw, who qualified for the elite division this year, she qualified through the last chance qualifier, and she's right now out in an early lead with a blazing start out of the gates. But she knows what she's doing as well. She won the swim run for the RX females last year. She was doing breaststrokes all the way, but she just ran so fast that no other woman could match that pace of hers. I know that the second best female, she's also a lot from last year than Sofie Lindberg. She's also a really good runner and a quite good swimmer as well, but she just couldn't match the pace of the running from Emily. So I think we will see Emily in an early lead, but then again, we'll see if someone will be able to match her on the swimming. And Emily also being one of the a little bit shorter athletes and not maybe the heaviest athletes in the field, she might be struggling a little bit on the rower compared to the stronger athletes here, which could be like Elvira Ek or Antonia Fältkotelinski or, well, you name it, a lot of the other women. So it will be an open field who will take the lead from both the men and the women. And yeah, back on the screen, we have your males who are rounding up their 5,000 meter row. I'd be guessing that they have at least another 2,000 meters to go. And coming out first of the water were Kristoffer Nilsson in the blue swimming cap there in the middle of your screen. After him we had Phil Heskett, and after him we had Ullus Upinix. And then they were a big pack of the athletes coming out at around the same time. And if I'm not mistaken, this event will be worth 100 points, and so will most of the other events as well. So later on today, they will do a shorter event back at the stadium where they will be doing muscle ups and shoulder to overhead, so a completely different other type of event. But that event will also be worth exactly the amount of point that this event will be. So that could be a little bit of a, if you're a good runner, a good swimmer, and you've been suffering for an hour and then see yourself, I don't know, get knocked down from the top spot from just another like 8 minutes of work later on today. And right now I'm joined here by Simon Mentele, also one of the athletes who, well, you're not out competing, but you're sitting next to me instead.
Sorry, one more time.
Simon, you won this competition last year, but now you're here speaking instead.
Yeah, speaker, coach, water boy, you know, all-round helper.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit different this year, but I'm going to enjoy the experience, and it's just seeing the programming. Just seeing the programming and knowing the athletes, it's going to be really fun to watch as well.
Yeah.
So,
are you jealous of them?
I mean, I know you feel a little bit the same, like the competitor inside of you kind of feel like, ooh, that would be fun, or I would have done this event that way. You kind of get into that headspace, but then you have to remind yourself like, okay, everything has its time and place.
Yeah.
So in a few months, I'm going to be back on the floor and doing, you know, the same thing.
Cool. And you've had a quite tough season so far as well. Like, it was not long ago that you competed at the strength and depth.
Yeah, I mean, it started like if you put the whole year together, it started really well. You know, winning this and winning like I don't know 6 competitions in the past year. But then I got the athlete's nightmare. I got COVID, and then you had to train yourself to come back to the level you're used to, but your body isn't ready. So I got sick again, and then you're trying to get back again, and then I got COVID again, and then with the quarterfinals and the semifinals and all the stress that comes with a high level of competition, you can't be 5% off.
No.
Because the guys are so good now. So if you're 5% off, you can't compete really. So
no, and just actually for you to be able to get through to the semifinals, that's quite impressive, considering, as you said, that you've COVID twice, and all the stress from the training, all the stress from, will I be able to do this? So that's, in its way, it's really, really impressive. And then, as you say, competing against these guys, you're not, they're just 6 events at the semifinals. You're not, you can't afford to make a single mistake, because then you're out of the competition, more or less, or out of the top 5 at least.
Yeah. So I mean, it's been tough, but I'm still really happy about like you said, I gotta put everything in perspective and be proud of the season and be proud of the effort, and also in some regard be proud of the results that I've been producing. So I mean, I was a little bit sad, but I'm not depressed. So just gonna enjoy the summer and keep training hard, and then it's gonna be a team competition here in August. Maybe I'll join that and then start to get back into things. So
Cool.
Okay, but
what do you think?
Let me know. I love this event. I mean, longer. I mean, the games experienced guys, or the games level guys, or the guys who aspire to be on that level, I think they have an advantage experience-wise, because they have trained for the unknown and unknowable. But the guys who've been to Battle of Wermland before, they also have this sort of experience. So I think, the event itself is really tough, but it's also how does this affect the rest of your weekend? How well do you recover? What's your recovery protocol? How is that row and swim gonna affect your muscle ups in a few hours? So I think that in itself is a big curveball on the weekend. So it's gonna be really interesting to see. I mean, it's 100 points, but then losing 20% of your performance, or maybe pace it a little bit, get 90 points, you're happy, but you feel fresh and ready to go on the next event.
And also that Battle of Wermland is also known to be quite heavy, I would say, like quite heavy competition. A lot of the weights are heavy. We will see that later on today. And you need to be both strong, but you also need to be able to actually pick some point on this quite like longer endurance event, because we saw that. We know that Bronislav and Tim Holmberg, they're strong. They won't be having any problems with the heavier weights.
No.
But they need to be able to. They're still competing against all the other ones who's also strong but good at endurance. So we'll see if they're. Oh, and right now, as I speak, Emily Claw, who was my prediction of being the fastest woman to the swim, she's put her. Oh, that's a quite an impressive pace.
Yeah. But I know Emily, and she's a crazy fast runner, and she's really comfortable in carrying her own body weight and staying aerobic and moving fast through longer events. So if you're watching this and thinking she's made a mistake, that's not the case at all. She's really experienced in these time domains.
Yeah, and she won it last year as well, doing that quite comfortably. No one was able to.
It's going to be interesting to see if she actually needs to tell some guys, get out of the way. You're rowing too slow. I need this rower.
And that said, that they started like 20 minutes off or 30 minutes after the guys. So
yeah. Now it's been about 20 seconds, so we should see the next female come in maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
And who would you think that would be?
I guess there's going to be like a little a few people bunched up. Maybe like Andreas Solberg, Hanna Karlsson, those two, and then it's gonna be like pretty close here. There's Andreas Solberg.
And who do you think is
And
there? We have the
Kristoffer.
first male, and that's Kristoffer Nilsson, who's back in the water again for his first round,
Yep.
or his second swim. Yeah. So right now they're mixing up males and females in the water.
Yeah, and we'll see how this will affect like the overall time for the females. You know, having more people in the water. I heard you guys talking about it on the stream earlier, how swimming alone versus swimming with a bunch of people can really disturb your swimming and stress you out. But I know for some athletes it can actually be a little bit calming. So I know a few of the athletes that are a little bit scared of the open water, but having people around you might, you know,
Calm you down just a little bit.
exactly. You're not alone in the water, and the big scary sharks that lives in the water are not going to come
Especially
to
the
bite your
lakes,
toes. So, I mean, it's a little bit give and take. But you know, it's a race, and like we said before, if you're aspiring to maybe bigger competitions later on, or you're like Uldis, you're here to get a good race before going to the games. It's only good if you have a lot of people in the water to kind of battle with, because that's what you're looking for in the competition.
Okay, there we have Luca. He's back in the water.
And Luca, he's really strong. I'm surprised to see him walk out in the water. I think he could save a lot of time, kind of dolphin dive and do a little bit more running. And here's Uldis catching him. But maybe these southern guys thinks it's too cold. I don't know.
Well, yeah, we'll see about that. And that is, I'm sorry, I'm not sure who that is actually.
It's very difficult to see when they're when you're not seeing them in their regular environment.
No.
So.
And we have a few new names here as well. So a lot of this, like maybe half the field has been to Battle of Wermland before, but then again we have a lot of new names who are aspiring to do their first elite division competition here in Arvika. One of them who has been here before is Robert Rolls. Robert, who came second in the RX division last year after Christian Hartmann. So Robert and Christian both competing next to each other. Yeah, Victor also have. He's no stranger.
Yeah, he's no rookie. Having a quick drink there. That might be smart, just to get a little bit of sugar in, to get the energy going for the next half of the event, or you know, like the last 30% of the event. Yeah,
because there's still like around maybe 25 minutes left here, or maybe up to 30 minutes. And for some of these athletes who had a little bit of struggle in the water, it could be so much of maybe 40, maybe even 50 minutes more.
Yeah. And what I like about this combination, like usually you see a run, swim, and a bike, but now you have a rower combined with the swim, which is like similar muscle groups. You're going to use your lats, you're going to use your arms, you're going to use your legs. So it's going to be interesting to see how that affects your second swim compared to a pure bike, where you just push the legs and maybe get the chance to kind of rest your upper body. Yeah. So it's a very interesting combination for sure.
I don't think we've seen that combination even at the games before.
No, the only place I've seen it was Wadapalooza last year, where they went row, swim, and finished with the run.
Okay.
But this going out of the water, row, and then get back into the water, I think that's going to be a real shock for some people. And if you overexert yourself on the row, that might be a cause for panicking, getting a little bit lack of oxygen on the swim, maybe having to go to breaststroke, take a few extra breaths, maybe wasting time coming up on land for your second swim. So it's going to be about managing that time split and having a great even pace. And I spoke to Phil Heskett in the warm-up area, and he said exactly that's his game plan, to kind of not waste time. I'm not going to be the fastest on any given element, but I'm going to be really fast in between elements, not waste time, not walk anywhere. I'm going to stay active, and that's where I'm going to make up my time. And as we've seen, he was the second guy to the rower, so it clearly works. Yeah,
and he sat on the rower putting on his shoes as well. It looked like he had been thinking about that as well. And Emily Claus still in the lead. I think that there are a few guys behind her that will be catching up because she's doing the breaststroke and they'll be doing the freestyle.
Yeah.
But we're going to have to see who is the next girl up off the water.
And we're going to see here also on the turn point if she you know, since she might not be the most proficient swimmer, but that might mean she's kind of saving energy because she's not able to exert herself on the swim.
Could be.
So we'll see if she kind of can make up some time on the transition and getting to the rower and getting back into the water.
Yeah, and we'll see, because she's not the strongest athlete in the field. She's not the biggest athlete, so she's gonna have to put herself in the lead as well to be able to not lose that much time on the rower.
Exactly. And there we saw Christopher Nielsen coming out of the water, first male athlete, still in the lead. He seems to be holding his own against this very experienced field.
Yeah, and we said that before, that most of these athletes probably know how good Uldis and Luca is because they've seen them on TV, but maybe not Uldis and Dov knows the rest of the field.
No, and I mean, after half of day 2, people are gonna start to know, who's who and who's here to really, go for it, and who's having a great weekend, who's coming in great shape. But especially in these events, which is kind of out of the box, it's very difficult to know, except for the games athletes, who is good and who is not, who has practiced, who is practiced less. So I think a lot of people didn't expect some of the guys that are in the top be up there fighting in the top because they simply don't know.
No.
But it's still a long event, and it's still, they're just halfway through the second swim. You don't know what's going to happen on the last run. Maybe, Uldis and Luca, they have that turbo engine to throw in on the last run if they have to.
Yeah, they could be pacing themselves because they know that they have so much work left to do during this. And Christopher, he could be, probably not, but he could be like thinking that, all right, shit, this is my time to make my move, and he could have been going too hard. We'll see. We'll have to see.
Yeah. I mean, I'm coaching Christopher, so I'm not gonna be too, in favor of anyone or tell his game plan. But if he's doing what he's supposed to, I think he's gonna stay composed and do his thing.
Probably he looked really, really strong coming out of the water as well. And we will see when we will get back to them to see who will be first on the rower from the women's side as well.
Yeah, it will be good to see who is going out on the water also for the men, who's getting ahead on the run.
And we might actually have a case there. It depends a little bit on when how fast or how slow the girls will be on the swimming, because Tim and Bronislav, they were quite some time after the first guys coming out there. So we'll see if as Eric said before, if the women will have to tell the guys just to get off the rower.
Yeah, I'm sure Eric has some sort of backup plan.
Yeah, probably.
Some sort of rule, what's going to happen if you get caught. You saw Tim and Bronislav getting almost lapped on the swim. And like you said, they're not the most proficient swimmer. I mean, they're going to do some big damage in the later events. I'm really excited to see what Bronislav can do on this heavy shoulder overhead workout. And also Tim, he's probably one of the strongest deadlifters in CrossFit in the world, not just in Sweden, in the world. I mean, he would be competitive in like strongman, like lightweight strongman.
Most definitely.
So if we see some like the strongman event with the farmer carry and the heavy axle, shoulder to overhead, ground to overhead, I mean, those guys are gonna come in. They're gonna be, doing damage and being super explosive and stealing points. And then it's all about how much can the endurance guys kind of defend against the onslaught.
Exactly, because it's not that Uldis or Luca, it's not that they're weak athletes.
No.
It's just that maybe Bronislav is a little bit heavier or a little bit more, a little bit stronger. And we'll just have to see if it's if they can afford to lose all these points in the first and pick it up during the weekend.
Exactly.
Well, it's a long weekend, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Bronislav, he's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
He's very experienced, and he knows that I'm not going to win the swim event. So he might even, kind of not chill, but kind of cruise through it, because what is those points going to matter in the end if I kind of fight for last or second to last place? I don't know if that's the case, but if I had such a big weakness that I know, like, oh, I'm not going to be able to even finish this event, or this is going to be a big struggle for me, he might actually even be smart enough now, realizing halfway into the event, okay, it's not going to be 100 points. It's not even going to be 60 points.
No.
I might just save my energy and get ready for where I can score 100, 200, 300 points later in the weekend, and let those boys, fight it out over those points at the top.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, 2 years ago when we did the first live stream here and we invited Bronislav over, it was a smaller field back then, but he came last. They did this swim, bike, and run. He came last in that, but he still ended up winning the competition.
Yeah,
and that was also over Victor Longsved, who's in this heat as well. So
exactly. And also Victor Munk, he's in this field.
Yeah, he's
who won the swim, bike, run. Unfortunately, had to withdraw due to an injury that year.
Yep.
But he's in the mix here as well, and he can do really well, especially on that final run, because just as Tim Holmgren and Bronislav Olenkovic have the strongest numbers in CrossFit in the world, Victor Munk probably has the strongest running numbers in CrossFit in the world. And here we see somebody going out on the first run.
Yeah, Eric just called me. He's down there, and it's Christopher who's came up first from the water as well. And he's on his last run. It's going to be a 3.7 kilometer run.
That's very good. And I've been working with him for the past couple of months, and now we've been doing a lot of running. I'm working a lot on his paces. So I think he's gonna stay in control, do what he needs to do to stay ahead, and stick to the game plan all the way in. But looking really strong, looking really light on his feet. Would like to see him kind of lean forward a little bit more. There he's looking over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Would like to see him lean forward and kind of get into a little bit higher cadence. And now he's starting to find his rhythm. So looking really good for Christopher, and potentially 100 points.
And I'm getting reports now that Phil Haskett is around roughly 35 seconds after Christopher, and that Andrea Solberg is the second female after Emily Claw.
So 30 to 40 seconds, that's a lot of time to catch on a run, especially this late in an event. And it's only 4K. So, or it's not even 4K, it's like 3.9K run. So it's going to be really difficult for Phil to catch Christopher here. And if he does catch him, will he be fresh enough to pass him?
Exactly.
Or will Christopher be so much more fresh, kind of, waiting for him to catch him, that he's eventually even going to win on the sprint?
All right, so it's Hanna Karlsson who's second on the rower, and then we have
so we have Emily Claw coming in first. Hanna Karlsson is second on the rower, and tightly followed by Andrea Solberg. And now we have the third male getting out on the run, and that's Victor Ljungdahl, the last year's endurance event winner.
Yep. You know that because you competed against him.
Yeah. And he was crazy fast last year, but then there was no rower, and it was just it was longer chunks of swimming. So I think this coming up and out of the water might have been less in Victor's favor, because it's less pure swimming. Yeah. The longest distance we had last year was 500 meters, like continuous, and that's where he kind of crushed everyone. So. And then after Victor Ljungdahl, we get reports that it's Uldis Upenix and number 25. We're trying to find through the protocol which athlete that is.
That is Victor Helsinghoff.
And Christopher looking really good, looking really relaxed. I hope that he doesn't get too comfortable. He's only 22 years old, this guy. So I'm hoping that he has the mental maturity to kind of stay in the game and not get too comfortable, and kind of keep pushing over the line, and not letting, the old dogs or the more experienced guys get into the game, because they can play the game.
What you say? You don't want the sharks to smell the blood in the water.
Exactly. You don't want to give them a chance to kind of. You don't want to give them hope to catch you on a sprint. No. You want to stay so far ahead that it's too costly for them to make the move for the last 30 seconds.
As you said with Bronislav, that he knows that it might not be worth it to fight for last or second to last, and Christopher right now wants Phil to feel like it's not going to be worth it to fight for the first place.
Exactly.
But
looking like they're holding a pretty even, that it's roughly 30 seconds still
roughly the same
between the two athletes. And Phil can't see Christopher right here because it's a very, it's a lot of twists and turns here. So, Christopher might just round the corner and Phil rounds to the other corner, can't see him. And that kind of tells Phil like, oh, he's very far ahead. Whereas if Phil could see him, which he might be able to do on the straight that comes later here after they pass the water here, that might give Phil the hope to catch him, or give him the information like, okay, I can see him, but he's like 300 meters ahead. I can't catch these 45, 50 seconds on him. So he might start looking over his own shoulder, because Victor Ljungdahl potentially could catch Phil on a 4K run by a minute or a minute and a half.
Yeah, Victor not only being a really good swimmer, also being a really good runner.
Yeah, coming from the football background that he has. I mean, he's a really fast guy, and he is also not the heaviest guy. I mean, he's been working a lot of his strength, but still like a little bit shorter, carrying a little bit less muscle mass than Phil is, could work to his advantage in this event.
Yeah. Phil looking over his shoulder actually, and I know that Victor, I think he's on the prepared program, isn't he?
Yeah, so it's a little bit, yeah, exactly. It's a little bit coach-athlete battle going on here. So let's see if Phil can show who's who and who's still, showing who's still the boss.
Yeah.
But Phil looking very, very solid here.
So best thing for Phil to do is to beat Victor right now and then just withdraw.
Yeah, exactly. No, I know if Phil gets second place here, he's going to be super pleased going into the rest of the weekend, just because he's a good mover. Like he moves well with the heavyweights, with the gymnastics. We have some events coming up with strict handstand push-ups, ring muscle-ups, strongman events. So there's a lot of things that's going to show up later. That's going to be in Phil's right in Phil's pocket, so to speak. So if he can rack up 95 points here, that's going to be really good for him going into the rest of the weekend.
Definitely. And Phil, who actually snuck himself onto the podium last year as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
And that's what I mean. Like he made that late charge.
He did.
And capitalized on those events. And last year he did not place top 5 on the endurance event, I think. I'm not sure. He was not top 3 anyway, because it was Victor Ljungdahl, me, Don Lindorff Dupress, and then David Bornud, which also has a crazy engine.
Yes.
And then I think maybe Phil came in around 5th. So if he can get second, he's setting himself up really nicely for the rest of the weekend.
And this is also the biggest field we've had so far in the elite category. I think you were around maybe 8 or 9 guys last year, somewhere around that.
Yeah, I think so. So we were one big stacked heat.
Yeah, it was, and so it will be 2 heats, at least 2 heats for the upcoming events as well. That will make a difference, and the last placed finished will be more costly right now, because there will be more points that you're losing.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean. But these guys, they kind of know that, and they're gonna speak either with themselves or with their coaches, coming up with a strategy when it comes to, playing for points later on. So now it's just wide open. So now we're just setting ourselves up, see what's gonna happen later on in the weekend. But still, you can't. Like Christopher is so far ahead that we still can't see Phil in frame.
So yeah, and
we're getting reports that
also Olde Suppenix and Victor Helsinghoff, they are picking in seconds from Victor Ljungdahl. So they're making a charge for 3rd in this event. So right now I think we have Christopher Nielsen first, we have Phil Heskett second, and we have Victor Ljungdahl, and then right after Victor Ljungdahl we have Victor Helsinghoff and also Ullis Upenix. So there we have your top 5 right now.
And
But
here we have Christopher coming in on roughly the roughly final 2K. And he's leading by over a minute, so he's actually extended his lead according to Eric. And Luka Djukic and Robert Rolls has made a move up the leaderboard as well. So there's a lot of guys fighting for the spots 3rd to 6th place right now. But Kristoffer here looking really strong. He has about 2K left of running, roughly. They're going to finish with a mile before they come into the arena here, if I'm not mistaken. At least we did that last year.
Yeah, I think so.
So he's going to turn a corner, and then he's going to come up on the main road, and then he's going to finish with a hard mile. So roughly 1.8 kilometers left now for Kristoffer. And now, as we said, Victor Munk is in the mix, and he is a guy, he could probably, catch 2 minutes on the other guys.
Yeah, he won't be losing points on the run, he'll be gaining.
Exactly, so even if he's a minute behind, he can finish a minute ahead. Probably on these 4K.
He's a minute or like 45, or Eric is chatting here, he's giving us live reports from the scene right now coming out of the water, and I think that Victor Munklasen was around a minute after Robert Rolls, and Robert was together with Luka Djukic as well, and another guy that we didn't catch the name of.
And here we have Kristoffer now. He's making the turn, and he's going to finish now with this final 1,600 meters.
Yes, and this is probably too far of a lead for Phil to catch.
Yes, and also now it's just the same road up and back. So when Kristoffer turns around, he's going to see where everyone is. He's going to be able to either pick up the pace or dial back the pace, depending on how far behind the other guys are. So he is definitely in the driver's seat here, and it's. I'm not going to say it's game over. Anything can happen, but it looks really good for Kristoffer right now.
Very, very impressive start from this guy who's making his first appearance here in Arvika as well. This Norwegian. How old is he said?
He's 22 years old, so he was born in the year 2000, which makes us low.
It's really hard to comprehend that.
Yeah, like the year 2000, wasn't that 10 years ago? But looking really strong, and like I said, I coached this guy, and we've been working a ton on his running and base endurance, which he has been lacking in the past. So even though he's doing great here, look out for him in some of the other events. He might do really well there as well. Looking really strong, and now you could see he's starting to relax his shoulders. He's starting to feel it. It's looking really strong. And he's starting to sense it, oh, I got this. Maybe he's cramping a little bit in the abs there. You could see he's grabbing his waist. But it's a really long event, and with the swimming, you kind of get tensed up.
Yeah,
so
you do. And as you said before, we'll have to see how this event affects the rest of the weekend as well, because, he might be doing exactly what he plans on doing right now, but being new to these types of event, being new to this longer weekends, it's a 3D competitions, it's around 8 or 9 events that they're going to do, and how will this affect the rest of the events?
Yeah.
And Phil maybe has the advantage on there.
Yeah, he definitely has the experience, and here we see Uldis coming. But yeah, Phil and the other guys definitely have the experience advantage, but I mean, Kristoffer is not new to competition, he's just new to this level of competition, and he is really driven, so I think he's going to be just fine. Yeah,
and again, being just 22 years old, he'll have the advantage of maybe recovering a bit faster than the other guys.
Yeah, and at least feeling like the mental, feeling like, oh, he gets this big win, he gets this big energy boost now going into the weekend, I can hang with these guys. I think that's going to do really a lot for him in terms of energy going into the second and third day.
I hope so. I'm looking forward to see how he will perform later on this weekend as well.
So now we see him here at the turnaround point. Now he only has 800 meters. And for those who have been doing running here, I do running here basically every week because I live very, very close to here. So the way up to the turning point is uphill. So it's an incline. So it's a really tough first 800 meters. But when you turn around,
it's a sneaky one, isn't it? Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
But when you turn around, you get the decline. So you get the downhill on the way back. You see Phil here has caught up to him some time here. Maybe just like maybe caught 10 seconds. But now it's very difficult because it's downhill, and like I said, Christopher knows where he is. So now it's very fast, easy running. So even though you're really tired, you get a lot for free on the way back here.
Phil's gonna be at least 10 years older than Christopher.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
Yeah.
So
That's like, 10 years of training. That's a lot of training.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of sessions. But Phil's looking really strong here, and Phil now has the same. Now he's making the decision. You could see him accelerate a little bit because he could see the guys coming, meeting him. So he don't want to risk having some of the guys catching him at the end. So he's actually accelerating a little bit. Maybe I'm making a move on a Christopher. We'll see. Would be nice to see how far the distance is between them now.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do as an athlete is to sprint to the finish, but like for the audience and for us, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's very fun for us to see. But it seems to be a similar distance. And Christopher is probably going to look over his shoulder anytime now. It's a roughly 400 meters to go, less than 400 meters to go. So it's.
It should have been.
He definitely has the advantage.
Yeah.
You could see him grab his abs a little bit. Maybe he's cramping a little bit. You'd never know. I'm not gonna, take out anything before the bell rings. So now he's looking over his shoulder. And it looks like he picked up the pace a little bit. Maybe he felt a little bit anxious, a little bit of stress. Feeling Phil breathing down his neck.
Yeah, Phil wants him to pay for this victory.
Exactly. And that's the thing about these guys; they're so competitive. Like that too. You've been in the competitions for a long time as well. Like it's so competitive. You never want to give anything for free to the other guys, but you also don't want to kind of let yourself down in the event. Kind of going over the line, feeling like, oh, maybe if I did this, it could have gone better. But now we see here Christopher in a comfortable lead. He's walking.
He's walking. As he said, he could be cramped.
Oh, he's just happy. He's
off.
just a happy guy. So now we see here Christopher Nielsen. Winning. Oh, he stole my finishing pose. Okay, I see you.
Right.
I see you.
He's
gonna grab his first event win of the weekend. And now we see Phil Heskett.
Cocky of him, isn't it? Yeah,
it's a little bit he's a Norwegian guy. Maybe he's been copying Petter Northug. The cross-country skiers.
It's in their genes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in their genes. They're gonna do well in the endurance events.
Yeah,
but they also gotta rub it in the other guy's face.
Yeah,
but Phil coming in second place, super strong performance,
really
and he's gotta be
finish.
super happy about that. And he doesn't even look that tired, to be honest. Like the breathing is pretty controlled, so maybe he made the move to kind of, not battle for first, just defend and save some energy for the next event.
He had enough space between him and the third guy that is Uldis, isn't
Uldis
it?
Upenix, pretty expected for him to be in the top 3,
Yeah, good for him.
I don't know if he has a triathlon background, but he's doing a lot of that style of training. And, this is a great showing for him. Not being one of the taller guys, with that long of a row, he didn't get anything for free for sure.
No. There's Victor Ljungdahl. So
Victor
last
Ljungdahl, fourth place, and same for him. Like I said, last year was pure running, pure swimming.
It was.
The rower might have, given some advantage to a guy like Phil, but that makes the event more balanced.
Yeah.
So
Victor also looking a bit more tired than both Christopher and Phil did.
Yeah, but maybe I don't remember if he was third out of the water and Uldis possibly overtook him.
They probably had to battle
and they probably
for it,
battled it out for the last 10 minutes or so.
And that is Luka Djukic.
Luka Djukic coming in the 4th place, closely chased by
That is probably Victor Helsinghoff.
Probably Victor Helsinghoff. So they've been, Luca has gained a spot on the run,
Yep.
being 5th out of the water, now coming in 4th over the line. I don't know how old this guy is, this Victor guy, but he doesn't look super old. So
No,
a lot of young guys coming up here now.
Yeah, I think he's from Norway as well.
Yeah. So younger guy coming in here, or at least newer guy coming in here and then doing some damage.
Most definitely. That's Robert Rolls, isn't it?
Robert Rolls, yeah. And he did really well on the team 5K run last winter, so not surprised to see him up here. He has, you know, a good runner's body and a good engine, so solid performance for him. And he's really strong with gymnastics. You're gonna see that on the later events. So good finish for him to start off the weekend.
Really good finish, and his first elite competition as well. I think he was in the RX division last year.
Yeah, and he battled this guy.
No, I think this is Anton Davidsson, isn't it?
Oh, sorry. I just looked at the stash. Yeah, it's not Christian Hartmann. Sorry.
No, Christian was a little bit further back in it, but that was Anton Davidsson and Victor
here we have
Munk
Victor Munk. He's looking pretty chilled.
As you said, the swim for Victor cost him too much.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. No matter how fast you are on a run, you can't really catch all the time. If you lose a minute on a swim and another minute on the second swim, I mean, that's 2 minutes.
That's 2 minutes, and it maybe costs you more energy because you're not that efficient in the water. So,
but I mean, we don't know. He might be happy with this, but knowing Victor Munk, he's also like a competitive guy. So this might give him some aggression and fuel going into later events.
And sorry, we haven't talked about the women for a while, but we haven't really gotten any reports with it. They should still be on the rowers, but maybe soon getting back into the water for the second one. And that is Christian Hartmann coming in for his finish of this first event.
Yeah, and he won the RX division last year over Robert Rolls.
Yeah.
So they're having...
No, sorry, is it...
No, it's Victor Långsved.
Oh yeah, I'm my mistake. My mistake.
I mean, and I know Victor, he hates water. I mean, that's all he's been talking about the past few days. He hates the water, but he's strong on the rower and he has a strong engine overall.
Yeah, and also
this event isn't that costly for him in terms of energy, but maybe a little costly in points due to the swim.
Yeah.
But I know he's gonna feel fresh and ready to go.
Definitely. Also, a very, very experienced athlete.
Yeah, so, and a great mover.
It's going to be such a fun... Oh, sorry, Eric, will you repeat that?
Okay. Okay, so we're getting reports that Hanna Karlsson is in the lead, going off the rower into the swim. But the female, for now unidentified, who was first out of the water.
Yeah, guessing that could be Emily Claw.
Yeah, is chasing her. So we'll see if, that's going to turn back or back and forth now during the swim. It's going to be interesting to see when we get a picture of that.
Yeah, and as they are entering the water, now it's Christian Hartmann who's coming there. And Christian is also on the V program, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing our competitor program. He's doing so for a year. And I've been speaking to him a little bit back and forth, and he just became Swedish champion in functional fitness 2 weeks ago.
I know.
So getting back into training, after a few days off, he's feeling a little bit in his shoulder, but he said he feels good and if he's ready to compete this weekend. I don't really know how experienced of a swimmer he is, but if he has a shoulder issue, that might have been a little bit uncomfortable during that event. But, solid finish for him. Being in the top 10 going into the next event.
Yeah. Say again, Erik. Oh, so it wasn't Emily Claw who was together with Hanna Karlsson. It was Olivia. All right, so we have Olivia Johansson. We also have Hanna Karlsson. Then we have Emily Claw, and we have lastly Andreas Solberg, who now we have the rounding up the top 4 female.
So
right
roughly a 15-second lead for Hanna Karlsson, and then we have another 15 to 20 seconds going into the third and fourth place. So like the men, it's one athlete a little bit ahead, but not much. We're going to see when they come out of the water what's going to happen on the run, but it's still like it's pretty stacked field and they're all within the same minute.
Yeah.
And as we've seen on the swim, especially for the men, a minute can really, go away really quickly.
It could, and you said it before as well with the transitions, coming in and out of the water. We'll see who that male is coming out to the finish line right now. Let's see if we can grab a number on his arm. 27.
Now we're getting reports that another female is getting into the water. It's Ida Johansson.
Ida also one of the bigger athletes in the field. I'm not sure how she is in swimming. She's been doing the Battle of Wermland for a few times as well. But she's a lot stronger in running that you might be expecting.
Yeah, and she also has a football background, I think. And I know this because she was studying in the city that I'm from, Luleå. So she trained at the gym that I was, an instructor and a personal trainer at. And, even then, she was just a beast, in the gym, outlifting the guys, outrunning the guys, crushing it. And she also has that aerobic base. She's really just fit from the core and out. So
she also came second 2 weeks ago in the Swedish Functional Fitness.
So she has a lot of fitness coming into the competition.
She really does,
and she's going to recover well going into the rest of the weekend.
She will. 2 more guys finished off. That was Pontus Forsberg, and he was followed by Anders Claesson.
And also we're getting a few reports that more and more women are entering the water. So most women have finished their row and started their swim.
So it looks like Hanna Karlsson could be in a comfortable lead with about 2 minutes maybe down to Olivia, really. So Hanna has... no. Oh.
Yeah.
Olivia and Hanna, they are sharing the lead right now, and they have another 2 minutes down to...
third and fourth.
Third and fourth, yeah.
I don't know who this Olivia girl is, but, just being in the water at the same time as Hannah, coming off a 5K row, knowing Hannah, I mean, she's my girlfriend. So I mean, she seems to be a solid rower. So at least she has a lot of aerobic capacity, being able to hang with her going into going into the row and into the water.
Quite impressive. So it's so fun to see so many newcomers, or at least to us newcomers. They're probably not newcomers, but to this competition and to this arena, and maybe to this styles of event as well. And they do really, really good.
And this is her, Olivia, the first female to turn and going into the next swim. So she is clearly the strongest swimmer in the field.
Yeah.
Since she is past Hanna Karlsson on the swim. And Hannah is coming out of the water here, trying to get a run going, not wasting too much time. You see Olivia did the same thing. So these girls are taking advantage of the turn-away point, trying to gain as much time as possible. So you can see that they have the experience doing these types of events.
And there's roughly between 15 to 20 seconds dividing Olivia, who is your current leader, down to Hanna, who's second in the seat.
And that's the fun thing about having these new girls, and we're probably going to hear Olivia's name a lot during the weekend. And but you don't know what they're coming from. You don't know her background. Maybe she's like a ex-professional swim runner. You have no idea, which is so fun. With some of the people, you kind of know what they can do and can't do. Like that Bronislav is a great lifter. That Phil is great at handstand push-ups, and Luca is really good at AMRAPs and whatever. You know what they are capable of. So having these newer names coming in with an unknown background, just kind of shocking everybody, is really interesting for us viewing the competition for sure.
And looking at the the heat lists for this and some of the more familiar names from the lists here, we may have, you know, a few picks on who could be on top of the leaderboard. But then again, you know, these new girls and guys coming in, they're gonna put themselves between a few of the girls and guys in these events, you know, because we know that, right, this guy and this girl, they will do great in these stronger events and this or the heavier events, and they will do better in the gymnastics events. But then again, who will be in between and kind of mess that up for the other ones and mess the leaderboard up
Exactly.
for them?
And also, like, you know, momentum plays a big role as well. Like, if you get the momentum, you feel like, oh, I'm winning events,
Yeah.
I'm getting good points. You kind of start to build the momentum. But if you have maybe a bad start, how do you recover from that mentally and get yourself back into the game? If you're very experienced, that might be less of a problem. But if you're kind of new to these types of, you know, elite level competitions, because programming-wise, this is not that different from any of the big competitions like Dubai or Wodapalooza. Like, the programming is up there in terms of how hard you're gonna have to work to finish the competition itself. So it's how do you recuperate, how do you reset, having one bad event going into the next one, because you know we have at least 7 events with a few A and Bs in there, and then we have a final which is unknown yet. So 8 events, possibly even 9, we don't know. So that's a lot of work that you kind of have to be dialed in mentally to be able to finish the weekend. And we still have Olivia in the lead.
So we have our the director of this event and the programmer. We have Erik Nordlaff. He's actually down at the beach right now, giving us updates in real time of who is in the lead. And
here we have Bronislav.
Yeah, doing a comfortable jog over the finish line. We have Bronislav Olenkovic.
Enjoying the sun. He doesn't look too tired. I mean, walking over the line. But he knows, and the other guys knows, that he's coming for them now.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to start chasing some guys now.
He's just getting warmed up.
Okay, now we have the females coming out of the water. No, this was a turnaround point for Antonia Felt-Kotelinski, it looked like. And this girl I can't recognize with the goggles.
All right, so let's see here. I think it is... So right after Antonia Felt-Kotelinski, we have Irmelin Olsson.
And we have Ida Johansson as well, making the turn point into the second swim. And here we have 3 other ladies looking pretty strong on the swim, possibly Olivia and Hanna finishing up their second swim, going into the last run. Would be really fun to see those 2 have a race going into the final run. So let's hope we see that. But you know, it's pretty typical in these types of events that you have a breakaway, like we saw in the men's field that the Christopher, he had this breakaway. So we'll see what happens.
And Olivia's right now getting out of the water, and they also have to think about, they need to get themselves ahead of Emily Claw, because Emily Claw is definitely the strongest runner in this field.
Exactly, and you saw her just on the first run, she was 40 seconds ahead, at least.
At least. Oh,
and Olivia did the move, so she swam with shoes. Pretty experienced move if you're comfortable swimming with shoes, but she's gonna save time on the transition, not putting her shoes on now, going into the last run.
we're gonna have a chat with her if that was a conscious decision, or if she just forgot to put them up.
Maybe. I mean, we don't know if she had them on. She probably had them on the first swim as well. So, but here she is, looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that's a good pace.
So Hannah is about 35 seconds behind her coming out of the water, Hanna Karlsson, and she is going to put on her shoes. So that's another 10 to 15 seconds, depending on how smoothly that transition goes. And that's pretty difficult to catch on a run.
It is.
Hannah is a pretty strong runner, also coming from a football background. but having some knee issues. She hasn't been running a lot lately. But I don't know Olivia's running form. Maybe she can catch her and they can have a battle going into the final mile. But it's going to take a while for Hannah to catch her initially. So we're going to see a lot of Olivia running by herself now.
And you said that before as well with Christopher and with Phil, that Phil wasn't able to see Christopher at the start, and it looks like Hannah wasn't able to see when Olivia made the first turn, and that will give Olivia an advantage as well.
Yeah, that's true. The thing is, I don't know, but I know that I have a guy, or she have a guy down there taking split times, so she's gonna get the information how far behind. One of the guys from our team is down there and giving the split times to see how far behind she is, and then she's gonna make the decision: is it even worth going to try to catch her 45 seconds, maybe even a minute, on a run, and then look back, seeing okay, it's 45 seconds to a minute to the next girl. I might just go for the 95 points, don't kill myself, because those 5 points are going to be too costly going into the coming events.
Yeah. That's a strategic move, having so many more events coming up.
Yeah. And that's similar to what Phil did, I think.
I think so.
He did what he had to do to get those 95 points, which he was really happy with. So, yeah, we're going to see something similar.
All right, so we have Andrea Solberg coming out of the water. She's roughly 2.5 minutes behind Olivia and 2 minutes behind Hannah Karlsson.
So 1, 2, and 3. It's pretty far. It's pretty big distances.
It is.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see this as a finishing order, unless, maybe somebody gets a cramp, maybe somebody gets too tired, but you could see there Olivia making a pretty experienced move. She's looking down at her watch, noticing what split time she's running at. She probably has a GPS in that watch, so she knows what pace she can hold without, overexerting herself, going over her threshold. So she's probably going at a hard but comfortable pace, looking over her shoulder every 30 to 20 seconds, making sure everything is under control and controlling this race to the finish line.
And you said it before as well, it's going to cost more for Hannah to increase her pace and to catch her than it will for Olivia to simply maintain what she's doing right now.
Exactly. And if Hannah catches her, will she even have the energy to pass her, like sprint past her? Or will Olivia know, she's been conserving herself, she's been staying in control, that looks really relaxed, her shoulders are down, short choppy strides, nothing crazy. So she's going to be feeling fresh if Hannah catch her. So going into a sprint, Olivia has the advantage for sure.
So we're back in picture, and I'm holding my phone here because we're getting live updates from Eric, who's down at the water.
Okay, so we have Emily Claw, another minute behind Andrea Solberg.
Yeah, and that will make...
I mean, that's, another 3 minutes to Hannah, 3.5 minutes to Olivia.
Yeah,
that's almost unrealistic. That's almost a kilometer behind them, maybe 800 meters behind them in pure distance. That's 2 laps around the track. So that's very far in terms of catching somebody. Here we see Hannah Karlsson. She looks pretty relaxed as well.
She's looking strong as well.
Yeah.
She's not looking that she's at the pace that she could catch Olivia, but it looks like she's on a pace that she will maintain her second place.
Yeah, and speaking to her, like when we made the game plan going into the event, that's the decision we decided to go with. Like if it's too far to the next girl, those 5 points are going to cost more than just cruising and getting 95, feeling fresh going into the second event. So we could see here she's running pretty comfortably. It doesn't look too crazy. The posture is looking good, arms relaxed. So I think she's opted to kind of defend second place, knowing that she has 2 minutes down to Andrea Solberg. And now we hear Louise Wikström coming up, and then Antonia Felt-Kotelinski,
Yeah, so
another 30 seconds after her. So a lot bigger distances here than in the men's field.
Definitely. So we could have Olivia still in the lead, or we have Olivia still in the lead. We have Hanna Karlsson, and then we have Andrea Solberg. After her, I think it is Emily Claw, and then it's Antonia Kotelinski.
Yeah, and here we have
or
Timpa,
Louise Wikström. Also Tim Holmberg.
the last
or
male athlete to finish.
Probably.
He doesn't look too happy, but the same thing as we said with Bronislav, you know, he's coming for war now on the coming events. So now we see here Hanna Karlsson, roughly halfway through the second run, a little bit less than halfway through the second run. Now we're gonna see if we can get a picture of Olivia, see how far ahead she is, if she's been able to maintain the lead or even extend the lead. We're not sure because, you know, she doesn't know how far ahead she is. She knows she was first out of the water, but she don't know that she had maybe a quicker transition and stuff like that. So it's gonna be, we're gonna see how she approaches this. But the same for her as it was for Kristoffer when they come into the final mile. She's going to get the turnaround point advantage, seeing where the other girls are, and being able to make up a quick game plan on the fly there towards the finish line. So it's looking pretty locked in.
Yeah, there she is as well. And from what we can see, sitting here on the camera angle, there's no Hanna Karlsson chasing her, at least not on screen. So
no, she's at least 200-300 meters
yeah,
ahead.
probably. And looking from her posture as well and the stride of her steps, it looks like she's maintaining her pace, and that's probably enough to keep her in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, you saw her looking over her shoulder there again, and she's constantly looking down on her watch, making sure she's keeping her pace and not going too fast or too slow. So this is looking really, really good for her. She's approaching the last, about 2.2K left. Now she's asking for directions. No, a little miscommunication there with the judge, but no problem. She's on the right way, don't worry. And we still can't see Hanna. We might be, no, we're not going to be able to see her here. No, so she's at least 200 meters, possibly even more ahead, and now it's more uphill, so it's going to be even harder to catch her because it's more difficult to catch somebody on a hill than on a flat or a downhill. So coming into the last 2K here, she's looking really, really strong, and I don't see anyone catching her. And it's going to be, I don't see anyone catching Hanna for second place either, so it's going to be more interesting to see what happens in third, fourth, and fifth place to see who battles out those points between 70 and 85.
And we're it looks like Emily Claw has gained like quite a lot of time on Andrea Solberg, so she could be fighting for that top 3 spot as well, getting herself back there in the top spots of this as well. So Emily being definitely the strongest runner here, not being the strongest swimmer or the strongest rower.
No.
But then again, we have the larger chunk of the running here finishing off this event, so she's looking to make her move. But then again, we talked about that it's going to be...
And she's already caught another 15 seconds, so it seems that she's coming for that third place.
Yeah, but it's going to be too far ahead, or Hanna is too far ahead to
probably
for her to catch her.
And we see Olivia coming in here. She's now going to do her last 1,600 meter run.
So she has another maybe like 7 minutes or so to go, 7-8 minutes to go. And they have been on this event for close to 1 hour and 4 minutes now. It's a pretty good time though.
Yeah, it's a pretty good. I mean, try it at home to see if you can do it in like 2 hours. I mean, it's pretty hefty length of a event.
And if she will be finishing this up at, I'm estimating maybe around 1 hour and 13 minutes or so. That's just my guess. And you know, Tim Holmberg, who recently came in, he did this in 1.5 hours, and the top males could have been around 1.5 or so, maybe.
Maybe it's gonna be interesting to see, because she looked really strong on the swim, and I mean, she was pretty strong on the row as well. The thing is, she's not fighting anyone.
No.
So if she had someone to push her, maybe she could have finished 2 or 3 minutes even faster.
Probably.
So I mean, it's not 100% comparable to the guys, but she's still probably a top 10 time in the men's field.
Definitely.
So that's pretty impressive.
And again, a comfortable lead for her. She doesn't have to fight for it. But we talked about that, and the fight will be for the spots maybe like 4 to 8 or so in between there, and they might be even more tired than Olivia will be coming into, because they might have to sprint someone else to pick their spots.
And also, now we're approaching 1 hour and 10 minutes. And now it's going to be very difficult to kind of accelerate. You're starting to get tired, both in your body, in your legs, but also in your head. You're kind of like, I've been doing this for so long, I've been fighting for so long, and you kind of get lost in space. So it's going to be, to be able to go from 8th to 4th place, it's going to take a lot of, you know, you got to make the decision. You can't just kind of, because we got reports that they're running kind of even pace. So you gotta make the decision early in the run, because late in the run it's gonna be too difficult to catch someone. So you gotta catch them as soon as possible, possibly hang with them for a while, and then pass them before the finish line. Catching them too close to the finish line, that's gonna be more difficult to finish ahead of them. The longer the event goes, the more difficult it's gonna be to finish ahead of someone. So now we see Olivia here almost at the turning point, and we can't really see Hanna Karlsson anywhere close. So, and like for the men, she's going to have the downhill going back. So this is going to be a nice little victory run for her coming into the finish line.
And she will also have the most rest until the next event coming up at maybe around 7 tonight.
Yeah, I mean, finishing in an hour 10 compared to another 20 minutes, that's huge.
It's a huge difference.
You get to rehydrate, you get another, you know, couple grams of carbs in, your body gets to utilize it, and you get some glycogen back, maybe get some caffeine to kind of pick yourself back up before the next event. If you have 20 minutes less, that's 20 minutes less of recovery and getting ready for the next event.
Definitely, it's more time to recover, and it's also, you know, the girls finishing 20 minutes after her, it's not that they have gone slower, they have gone at the top of their pace as well.
Exactly, yeah. And also Olivia possibly even going below what she's capable of, especially on the final run.
Probably.
So, you know, running 10, 20 seconds slower per K for 4K might do 10 kilos on the front squat tomorrow. Now Olivia probably has about 400 meters to go, so roughly a minute and a half, 2 minutes to go for her on this event. But I'm really looking forward to see the distance that Emily Claw has created. That's number one, to see, you know, how much can you catch and pass somebody on a 4K run, but also to see who is going to come in 5th, 6th, 7th,
Yeah.
and 8th place. And so here we see Hannah Karlsson. She is about 400 meters behind Olivia. So they've been, both of them have been. It's kind of a gentleman's agreement. Just this is what we're gonna do. You're gonna run your pace. I'm gonna run mine. We're gonna finish. We're gonna have a handshake, and we're gonna go on to the next event.
They might be able to catch a few words when they pass each other when Olivia's on her way back. And
Probably,
they're like, stick to this pace. Yeah, stick to this pace.
Yeah, and now Hannah has the downhill. She can also see if she's meeting someone. She can dial in her pace, but she hasn't even met someone for 3rd place yet.
Now let's see here. Is
That's
there
someone.
somewhere in?
Yeah.
Is that could that be Emily?
Could have been.
It could be Emily who's actually gaining.
Yeah, it's Emily
That's-
Claw who's gaining time on Hannah Karlsson.
And she was roughly 2 minutes behind Hannah coming out of the water.
Yeah, hopefully Hannah can have the, look over her shoulder and try to battle it out, because
Yeah, but what a finish of Emily
Yeah,
Claw.
yeah,
like either
definitely.
way, if she's catching her or not,
yeah,
she
that's
has
what I mean.
gained,
That's why
yeah.
I was excited. I wanted
Wow.
to see. Here we see Olivia finishing the event.
And
She's looking pretty comfortable and
kudos to
stopping her
Olivia. That
time
was
there.
Really, really impressive work from her. And we can see
Maybe
that they are neck to
Hannah
neck.
has seen Emily, but Emily is pushing the pace now, trying to catch Hannah, and she's probably gonna do it.
This is amazing.
And Hannah is not even gonna fight for those 5 points.
Now, as you said, even though she's losing 5 points, she's still. It could be more costly to fight for those. But
It probably is. Like, this is Emily's moment to shine. Like, this is her strong suit.
yeah, does she shine?
Yeah. And for Hannah, it's probably like she might not feel like it's the best event for her in terms of the distance, with the running and that. So you can see now she's looking over her shoulder, making sure she's not getting 4th. So I think she's happy with 3rd place.
And she should be happy with 3rd place. It's a really good finish as well.
Yeah, it's
It
a
is.
strong finish.
It
I
is.
mean, and for the events coming up with the heavier stuff and the
Yeah.
strongman stuff, that's a great start.
Yeah, and I'm just guessing right now, but that could probably be the fastest 3.7 kilometers out of the women and the men.
Yeah. You could see there Emily Claw almost collapsing over the line. And I mean, that's what she needs to do that. That's, that's the only game plan she can go for. But Hannah can kind of cruise over the line, catch her breath, and get ready for the next event.
Wow.
You could see her grabbing her knee a little bit. So it's probably that. She didn't have like the, the ability to go into a fight and choosing not to risk the rest of the competition.
Smart
in
move
the first
from
event.
Hannah. I
Yeah.
know that she's been like was it a year ago she did her knee surgery?
Yeah, exactly. So it's probably the best move for her to do. Even though I know it stings for her, because she wants to battle every battle. But
And as you say, you don't want to give away these points.
Exactly. But you got to be smart about it, and it's about eight events to go. So
Definitely. Another one coming up this evening, even.
yeah.
And we're gonna have to see who's the next girl coming over the finish line. It could be Andrea Solberg.
Yeah, she was, 4th. She was the first girl that Emily passed. But we'll see. I mean, there are some strong girls here, and maybe they've caught up to her. We haven't really been able to see that or getting that much information. So it's going to be interesting to see here on the final stretch who's going to come in 4th place. But my guess is Andrea Solberg. But then we're going to see if it's Louise Wikström or Antonia or any of the other girls coming in 5th, 6th through 8th.
I would be really impressed by Louise if she came top half of this event. I know that she hasn't been competing that much lately, though. She gave birth a few years back, and I haven't seen her on any of the bigger competitions later on.
No, but that's the thing. Maybe she's been away from the competition floor, but she's still been training. So maybe she hasn't gotten that much better, but she was so good to begin with.
Yeah,
she's still, up there in her skill set, in her, aerobic capacity and stuff like that. And also having some time away maybe gave her like the fire to really, train really hard for this competition.
Could be.
And here we see Andrea Solberg coming in 4th place, looking pretty comfortable.
Yes. Good job from her, and she will be, you know, not the strongest athlete, but she's definitely one of the best ones when it comes to the muscle ups later on. So
Yes, I mean she's really, and also I want to see her on the ski erg wall walk event.
Oh, yeah.
She's probably
She-
gonna murder everybody on that.
she's
I think she had the best
So in
time
the world,
worldwide
yeah,
on the double
yeah,
under wall walk
yeah.
workout. So that's gonna be huge and very interesting to see later on in the weekend. But good finish for her. I mean,
Very good.
she's gotta be happy with that.
So our top 3 women so far is Olivia Johansson, we have Emily Claw, Hanna Karlsson, and Andreas Solberg. And right now we are looking at,
Is this Louise Wikström?
yes, I
Yes,
think
I
it is
think it
Louise
is.
Wikström coming in, and she's taking 5th in this event.
That's a mama power.
It's she's smiling crossing the finish
Yeah.
line.
Solid
And she's
finish for
back.
her. She's back.
Wow, happy
Watch
to have
out.
her.
And here we have Antonia Felt-Kotulinski. Solid finish for her. I mean, she's like 99% muscle. So carrying that much upper body muscles around for like a swim and then going into the run, I consider that a great finish for her.
Yeah, but she's also a very all-around athlete, so she will do very good like through almost all the events coming up. And
Yeah, I think so too. So.
let's see who this is. Hard to see a number on her.
But the thing is, I recognize her from other competitions.
Mhm.
So, I mean, we know she has the experience. But still, finishing in the top 10 with these girls, regardless, is really, really
It's
solid,
really, really
solid place. I mean, just doing that for an hour and 20 minutes, being in the top 10, you know you have done some good things in your training.
Yeah. And again, you know, all these girls have qualified to get here.
Yeah.
So it's the elite category, and they had to do a qualification simply to step on the floor and to start this competition in this category. Here we have another athlete.
Is it Ida
Finishing off.
Johansson? No, it's...
Yes,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
Ida
that's
Johansson.
Ida Johansson from Karlstad. She's no stranger to Battle of Wermland.
No.
She's been here before.
But as we said, like when they started the run, the distances were pretty far. It's only been Emily who's been changing any placings. The
Yeah.
other people, they've been kind of sticking at the same spot from start of the run to the finish of the run.
Yeah. And another one of your athletes is Maria Längfors.
Maria Längfors, yeah.
And they will put her in around maybe 8th or so in this event.
Yeah, and I
Could
mean
be
that's a
somewhere.
pretty solid finish for her.
It is.
She's really looking forward to some of the heavier events and also the 20-minute AMRAP. She's more experienced in the box type of workouts, typical CrossFit couplets, triplets, and AMRAPs. So just catching some good points here and setting herself up for the rest of the
Yeah.
weekend. You know.
I know that she was supposed to do the Battle of Wermland last year, but she was almost burnt out by that, you know, doing so much competition and also being a little bit less of experience than the other athletes coming out. So she's also looking to gain a lot of experience But you know, she's just been a rising star this few years. She's been to the semifinals recently. She was at the World Championships for the functional fitness, and she's been doing really, really good. It's going to be good to see her how she can perform during this weekend.
Yes. And here we have Ida Åkerlund. She's looking pretty spent, but you know, it's what to expect with this longer type events, and also she, with her more of an Olympic weightlifting background. I mean, this isn't what she has as her base coming in to the sport. So you know, just finishing the event for her is great, but now it's very important for her to focus on her recovery in order to get her very strong legs ready for the coming events where she can really capitalize on her strength.
A few more athletes out on the run. At
Here we
least
have a finish.
3 more athletes, and
Another one of the Norwegian girls.
Yep.
I'm just assuming she has the ATA training equipment. And here we have Madeleine Persson.
Yes.
And speaking to Madeleine before the event, I know she really dreaded the swim. That's one of her biggest fears, swimming in open water. So just finishing the event, getting that, you know, done, overcoming that fear. I know that was a big thing for her. Obviously, she's a competitor and she's not happy about the points. But, you know, there's a lot of competition left to do. And, you know, being a semifinal athlete, doing really well in some of the events, even taking some top 10 finishes at the semifinals in 1 or 2 events, that tells us a lot about what she's capable of coming into the gymnastics and more grindy events.
Also be one, and now we have Elvira Ek from Falun coming in here as well. She's making her first appearance in the elite category. But as I said, with Madeleine, just like Maria Längfors, also one of the newcomers to the sport, not that experienced, but made herself a name in a short time.
Yeah, and I mean, they're really hungry, but they also have these, they are now here to work to see what do I need to improve in order to become a more well-rounded athlete, but they also have those real home run events that kind of made them excel into the semifinal scene. So I'm really looking forward to see Maria and also Madeleine doing really well in like the handstand push-ups events. They're really strong with the barbell, typically in workouts, the barbell cycling stuff. We haven't really been announced the final yet, but you know, being a semifinal athlete, they're accustomed to the higher skill movement. So maybe if a legless rope climb shows up, a heavier sandbag or something along those lines, they're going to be able to do really well. So, and also being on that level takes a lot of training. So they're accustomed to a lot of volume. They're probably doing 8 to maybe 10 sessions per week, which is similar to what this weekend consists of. So they're definitely fit enough to be able to maintain a high level of you know, proficiency, speed, strength, skill throughout the weekend and not having fatigue affect them too much.
You gotta train to be able to handle volume. It's just that simple.
Exactly. And yeah.
I think we have another athlete out on the field. I think we have Erika Ekelund. I'm not sure if I have seen her across the finish line yet.
I'm not even sure. No, I haven't seen if she's here.
Maybe she's not even competing.
We'll see if we get a report soon if we have any athletes out on the floor.
So we're done. All of the females have crossed the finish line, and that rounds up our first event for the day. And we have another 30 minutes or 35 minutes until the next event, which will be coupled with muscle ups and shoulders overhead.
Yes.
We're gonna come have a look at that. I think we're gonna have a quick break right now, having a little chat with the athletes, see how they felt from this first event, and we will be back to you shortly before start of the next event. So
Sounds
thank you
good.
for tuning in with us here. Det kommer vara lättare att följa med också, för det är alltid svårt. Vi får ju chansa en hel del här ute. Tjena.
You can see the first event, which was a run, swim, row, swim, run event. And as you can see in the leaderboard, it was a pretty long one as well. It was 1 hour and 10 minutes for the fastest female, which was Olivia Johansson in first place right now. Emily Claw, she pushed on that last run. I think she was 2.5 minutes behind.
It was an impressive run she did on the last one. We and Simon, when we were here, we didn't think that she would be able to catch up to Hannah, who was, as you said, like 2.5 minutes ahead of her, being the stronger athlete on the swim and on the row. But Emily just did an amazing finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we can see on third place, Hannah Karlsson just 20 seconds behind, and then we have the first Norwegian girl, Andrea Solberg. I talked a little bit with her after. Last year she competed here. She won this type of event. It wasn't exactly the same event, but she won the endurance event. She has been struggling a little bit with her knee, so she told me that she didn't have the confidence or actually this year the experience of running. She hasn't been running actually at all since her knee issue, but she was pretty satisfied. It was good enough for her, and we know that she will be battling for the top positions in the overall total during this weekend.
Definitely, and I'm looking forward to see her in the rings now for the muscle ups as well. And,
yeah.
Eric, what can you tell us about this event we have coming up right now?
Yeah, so this event is a much shorter event than the last one, of course. It's a combination of ring muscle ups and shoulder to overhead. So they're going to start by doing ring muscle ups. It's 8 repetitions, followed by 12 repetitions shoulder to overhead. And the starting weight for the females is 60 kilos. And while going forward, they will do more ring muscle up, less repetitions on the barbell, but they will be having an increased weight on each barbell. And we had some problems with the microphone headset for Charlie. We'll try this one.
Check.
Yeah,
it works. Good.
Okay, so I think, increasing the weight, and we've talked, at least I think you have as well, talked with a lot of different athletes that meeting here on the floor, and most of them are they're not afraid, but they're a little bit worried about the weights.
Yeah, this workout is, I think it's a nice divided between the more high-skilled gymnastics and the heavier barbell. Both of the movements will tax your upper body. It will tax your shoulders and your triceps, but one of the movements favors smaller athletes, one of the movements favors bigger, stronger athletes. So we will have to find out which one is the most even of them.
Exactly. It would have been a whole other event if let's say it would have started 10 kilos lighter. It would be a whole other event, I would say.
Definitely, and as well with the increasing reps of the muscle ups. So we'll know that all of these guys and girls, they can do these movements unbroken. They can probably do them unbroken even if they like pace through the workout or if they do the movements one by one. But right now they were gonna have to push through it, and they were gonna have to face the heaviest barbell with taxation in their shoulders and triceps.
Exactly. And by looking at this event, what do you think about the girls? Which are the favorites? What would you guess, Charlie?
It's hard to tell, but we have a few of the usual suspects. I would say that I like to have Louise Wikström. I like that she's back on the competition floor. I haven't seen her for a few years. She has become a mother, but she looks like she's in high form, coming in like 5th place on the first event for today. So I think for the first heat here, Louise Wikström, but then again Maria Längfors, she's also a really, I think these two girls are the same type of athlete, a little bit shorter, strong, compact athlete. Madeleine Persson again, we have seen her in the semifinals, also really strong girl. And then, Olivia, she just won this event, so it's an open field for the first heat. And looking back, or looking into the other heats, obviously Ida Åkerlund, strong athlete, weightlifter, she will be able to move that bar. Ida Johansson, could be the strongest athlete, like simply sheer force here
Yeah.
together with Hanna Karlsson, but then again we have the muscle ups. So
I think on the last round, both on the barbell, heavy barbell, but at 12 ring muscle ups, a bit of taxation. I think
yeah,
some of the girls will have a problem locking it really out.
Yeah.
So maybe I think that one of the girls that I think could handle this event pretty well is Antonia Felt-Kontilitsky.
I don't think that you will be sticking your neck out if you said that Antonia is a favorite
Yeah.
for this event.
I would say she could definitely, and of course Maria Längfors as well. But
Yeah.
I think that maybe, Antonia, she's strong and she has no problem doing ring muscle ups. Of course, she's done a long event before, but I think that she's one of the top
so,
three in this
and
one.
she's so all around as well. So I think that she will be the most even when it comes to both the high skill gymnastics and the heavy barbell.
Yeah.
So I'd put my money on Antonia.
And the girl we haven't been talking about is one of the smaller girls, but not to say not strong girls, because last time Andrea Solberg was here, I was really impressed when she handled that circus dumbbell. You remember?
Oh yeah, I do remember.
So
I think she remembers too.
Yeah, and she's strong. I think she's really strong in the shoulders. She has a good lockout. I think that, and she's really, really good in the gymnastics.
Yeah.
So even though the weights are maybe a little bit too heavy in terms of what she would prefer, I still think that she could as well probably be one of the top three in this event. So
Again, you could see competitions where the reps in the muscle ups are different for the men and the women, where the women will do less reps on the ring muscle ups than the males. In this event, they have the same amount of ring muscle ups than the male. And being a lighter, very skilled athlete as Andrea, as she is, it may favor her and give her a little bit of the lead coming into the heavier barbell. She could split that weight up maybe if she has to, and that could be the settling factor.
exactly. We are just a few minutes out for the first heat, and as you can see, these are the first 4 female athletes that will be entering the floor for the first time in this Battle of Wermland. It's their second event, but the first event was not on this arena.
Nope. And all of these girls are also new to Battle of Wermland as well. I know that Maria, she was signed up last year, but she had just done too many competitions, being still a newcomer in this. Even though she's been entered a few of the bigger arenas, she's still new and hasn't done that many individual competitions yet.
Okay, we are getting ready.
And they are coming into the floor. So we have here right now on lane number 1, we have Maria Längfors. On lane number 2, Louise Wikström. We have Madeleine Persson and we have Olivia Johansson.
And they are first out in this second event for the elite females. And both Maria Längfors and Madeleine Persson, they both competed in the semifinals this year. So looking at that, they will probably be favorites in terms of this heat. And I think Maria Längfors, she's strong. Madeleine Persson, she's the first-time athlete, as you said, here as well. So I'm not super sure on how. I know by looking at her on the semifinals, she's very all-around. I don't know how well she will handle that heavy weight. Probably this will be the heaviest weight she has competed at, actually, I think. In terms of in a workout, doing several reps.
It could be. And I think that what we're talking about right now is one of the most fun parts of this competition. We have such a stacked field for both the men and the women, and it will be totally open for who will win this on both sides. And as we said, they will start out with 8 ring muscle ups followed by 12 shoulder to overhead. The weight of the shoulder to overhead will increase while the reps decreases, but the reps of the ring muscle ups will increase.
And as you can see, we are getting ready to start.
1 minute.
1 minute left to start. On screen, you can see right now the workout they are about to do.
Stand by.
And we are on. So 8 ring muscle ups for these female athletes to start off with.
And the judges are looking at that the athletes will show control of the top of the rings. They are not allowed to lean back out of the dip, but they will have to do a full lockout at the tops and on top of the rings as well. And Madeleine, they're going for
She
an early
is
lead.
going
And she
unbroken, and it's
go-
Madeleine Persson.
And she will have 12 shoulder to overhead on 60 kilos here right now. With another 1 rep to go for Maria, and we also have Olivia already on the barbell.
Easy repetitions for Madeleine Persson as well, and then for Olivia. Fastest girl on the field right now, this Maria Längfors. Wrapping it out really easy on those shoulder to overheads.
Looking really smooth on those reps. And they seem to be all splitting up those reps as well. 4 reps to go for Maria Längfors.
Maria Längfors, the girl in picture right now.
Yes, but Madeleine Persson, she will be chalking up and she will head into her second set of ring muscle ups. And it will be 10 ring muscle ups. She is joined on the rings by Maria as well.
Last
8-minute time cap on this workout. Three reps for Madeleine.
And Louise Wikström joins the 3 other girls. Maria Längfors going hard on the first lane, on the far left in the screen.
And I think Maria's judge told her to lock out. She was pushing away just a little bit, but looking really strong on that cycling of those reps. All of the girls now back on the rings for the second set of 10 ring muscle ups.
So the volume on the ring muscle ups are higher for each round, and the weights are higher on the barbell, but the reps will decrease on the barbell.
Olivia also looking really strong on those muscle ups. We are looking for the judges' hands in the air as well to sign how many reps they have left.
5 reps for Maria Längfors. Let's see who of the girls will be first for the second barbell. Probably Madeleine or Maria Längfors. Now we can see the lockout is starting to be harder and harder for the girls to really lock out in the top.
It's a very, very shoulder and tricep dominant workout this is. And they have to remember that they have another 12 muscle ups to do after this one. And they seem to be handling the weights quite well, but the weights will be increasing. And it's actually Olivia Johansson who has overtaken the lead from Madeleine and Maria, but they are joining her as well now on the second barbell. They will be doing 10 reps on 70 kilos.
They are really heads up. Easy shoulder to overhead down on Olivia, but even easier for Maria Längfors.
Maria looking incredibly strong cycling those shoulder to overheads. And now Louise Wikström are back on the barbell.
We're half past the time cap.
And when it says shoulder to overhead, they are allowed to do any style of shoulder to overhead. These girls are going for the push jerk, but they could be going for the split jerk even, being maybe a slower movement, but a stronger one.
Looking at the field right now, I got a feeling that Maria Längfors will be the first girl to go back to the ring muscle up, and yes, it will be.
And 4 reps to go for Olivia. 3 reps to go for Olivia, but it is Maria Längfors who has taken the lead now halfway through this, and she will be locking out 12 ring muscle-ups. One more rep to go for Olivia. And right now, Maria will be starting her first set of the rings. And Madeleine also done on her barbell. Really strong muscle-ups from Maria Längfors.
It will be, in terms of the last, it will come down to the last barbell.
Two minutes and 20 seconds to go.
And we have 2 minutes left on the of the time cap.
Two more reps to go on the barbell, or maybe 3 more reps to go for Louise Wikström on her second barbell. But I think Maria is still in the lead.
Louise Wikström on the field, wrapping split jerks.
Really good
Last
look.
rep.
Last rep for Louise Wikström. She went for the
And
split jerk,
she
yes.
is done.
And there she will be locking out her second set of shoulder to overhead.
Louise Wikström, she did really nice ring muscle-ups. Maybe she can catch up a little bit if some of the females get stuck on this last set of ring muscle-ups.
We are looking for which judges' hands will be first up in the air, and it will be Maria Längfors, who has 5 reps to go. Really nice looking ring muscle-ups from Olivia as well. Good luck out in the top position of the ring dip.
We have we have 50 seconds left. We won't see any of the girls finishing this. Oh, it isn't impossible, but they will need to go really, really fast on the last barbell.
5 reps to go for Olivia. She might be second in this heat. 3 more reps to go for Maria. 30 seconds, athletes. Maria getting a no rep, not showing control at the top of the ring muscle up. 2 reps to go and 15 seconds.
And we have 10 seconds left.
Madeleine locking out another rep, and 1 more rep to go. And there's time.
Big round of applause, and it will be Madeleine Persson that collected the most amount of reps. I think so.
Did she finish?
I think she finished. Yet to be determined, but it looked like she was moving forward to the barbell.
Right.
But I'm not 100% sure.
Very even though. Very even.
Very even.
Impressive job from these girls.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about our favorites in this event, and since Maria Längfors was one of them, she didn't finish. She almost got to the last barbell. They were struggling a little bit in the ring muscle up.
It seems like the ring muscle up is the bigger chunk of time that will be either way here. Yes.
Of course, there will be a little bit of a difference, most likely, or not most likely. We know that it will be easier for most of the guys to wrap out more ring muscle ups than most of the girls.
Yeah.
But we have another heat coming up.
We have 2 more hits coming up, and then in the next heat here we have a few known names as well. We have Hanna Karlsson, and she's a strong girl.
Yeah, probably in the next heat it will be. I don't know about Inga Loftenest, but how good she is in terms of ring muscle ups.
You can never count out the Norwegians.
No, never. I think though that I know that Hanna Karlsson, she is not a big fan of ring muscle ups. She has been working on them for a long time, becoming better and better, of course, but still that isn't one of her best movements. But we know that she's a really strong athlete, though, so she will be repping probably as fast as Maria Längfors, or maybe even faster on that barbell.
And here they come. We have Irmelin Olsson, Ida Åkerlund, Hanna Karlsson, Ida Johansson, and rounding out this heat is Inga Loftensens.
So we know that the first ladies in the first heat, they did, Maria Längfors had 1 repetition left until the last barbell, and we had, we don't really we know how many repetitions Madeleine had left. It looked like she was heading forward to the barbell, but we don't know. So for you guys that want to follow the leaderboard, just hit up Ohm Active,
1 minute, athletes. 1 minute.
ohmactive.com, where you will click on Battle of Wermland, you will find all the results.
So if any of these girls gets to the last barbell, we know that we have a new leader.
Stand by.
And we're off. Looking at the competition floor, we both have females competing and females judging.
Yes, we do. I must say, Ida Johansson, look at those muscle ups. 5 reps already done for Ida Johansson.
Very nice ring muscle ups from Ida Johansson. Far down on your right. Ida
And she's
Johansson,
done.
she will, and she's a strong athlete.
She's a really strong athlete. I think we will see Ida go unbroken on this shoulder to overhead. After her, we also have Ida Åkerlund. She's also strong. Wow, this is impressive.
Hanna Karlsson joins the girls on the floor. Ida Johansson breaks it up a little bit. 5 repetitions left for Ida, 5 repetitions left for Hanna.
Hanna making her push on the barbell. 5 more reps for Ida, 4 more reps for Ida as well. Right. Hanna making her move on the barbell. She will be back on the rings first. While Irmelin has 2 more reps in the rings. But it was Ida Johansson who made an impressive move on those ring muscle ups. And the reps will be increasing. They now have 10 ring muscle ups to do.
It will be interesting taking a bit of a rest, getting ready for the next set. Hanna Karlsson is the first girl starting with the ring muscle ups. Nice ring muscle ups on Hanna, taking a little bit of a rest after 3 repetitions. Now we can see they were firing out on the first round, struggling a little bit more on the ring muscle ups now on the second round.
Yes, Irmelin is done with her first set of muscle ups. And again, we are looking for the judges' hands to come in the air to sign that we have 5 more reps or less to go. Hanna Karlsson, impressive reps right there. She has 4 more reps to go. 5 more reps to go, 4 more reps to go for Ida Johansson.
Now we're not even 3 minutes into this workout.
So we're even between Hanna and Ida.
Then now Hanna is in front, only 2 repetitions left. Takes a break, safing out those repetitions.
5 more reps also to go for Ida Åkerlund. 2 more reps for these ladies. And it is Hanna Karlsson who's first up in his, and she will be looking at her last ring muscle ups.
Hanna Karlsson will be the first girl
Yes,
on the
but she
second
is
barbell.
followed closely by Ida Johansson. And now they have 10 shoulder to overhead on the 70 kilo barbell.
Easy repetitions for Hanna Karlsson. She does 3 and breaks it up.
Hanna Karlsson making short work of that barbell.
3 repetitions left for Hanna Karlsson. She is the leader of the pack.
And now
Going
Ida
around.
Åkerlund also is out on her second barbell. Ida is going for the split jerks early on there. That might be a smart move.
3 repetitions for Hanna, 4 for Ida, and we have 10 repetitions for Ida Åkerlund. Last one for Hanna Karlsson. She is on the last set of ring muscle ups. A little more over 3 minutes left on the time cap. That should be enough to get to the last barbell.
But now they're facing even more fatigue than before. Irmelin locking out another rep on her second set of the rings.
And Ida Johansson joins Hanna Karlsson in the ring muscle up.
Less than 3 minutes to go.
That's 4 repetitions a minute.
It's possible. I think that was a double rep for Hanna there.
Only 3 repetitions left for Ida Åkerlund down on the field on the second barbell. Hanna Karlsson starts the next set whilst Ida Johansson, she's looking strong in the ring muscle up actually. She's making a move.
She's locking out 3 reps there I think, but Hanna is up on her second set. And she's done at least 4 reps right now. They're looking sharp. With 2 more minutes to go. Ida Åkerlund rounding up her second set of 10 shoulder to overhead.
Hanna Karlsson is the girl that I think still is in the lead. It's 12 ring muscle ups. We can't see a hand on none of the judges yet, so they have at least 5 repetitions left, both Hanna Karlsson and Ida Johansson, which are the leaders right now. Five repetitions left for Ida Johansson. 5 repetitions left for Hanna Karlsson. And they are heads up. 4 left for Hanna Karlsson. With just 1 minute remaining.
And we knew that our current leader, who could be either Madeleine Persson or Maria Längfors, they had either just finished their third set of ring muscle ups or had 1 more rep to go. So these girls are looking to, we might have a new leader after this heat. 40 more seconds to go.
2 repetitions left for Hanna Karlsson. Will she do the last? Will she get to the last barbell? 30 seconds.
And that's a no rep for Ida Johansson.
Oh! That is a tight race.
1 more rep to go for Hanna.
Ah, she breaks it up.
10 seconds left. 1 more rep for
Repetition.
Ida. And now it's on the rep. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's a
It's incredible how tight this is.
Oh, it's incredibly tight. I think we have actually 3 athletes on the last, on the same repetition actually. I think Maria Längfors, Ida Johansson, and Hanna Karlsson, they all had 1 ring muscle up left, and we don't know about Madeleine.
But
Tight race.
it does look like it comes down to this last set of 12 ring muscle ups.
It will most likely, as I said before, look differently on the men's side, but I think it will be really interesting in the next heat coming up. We'll see Andrea Solberg. She's a really strong gymnastic girl, and as I said before, she's strong in the shoulder to overhead. And as we've seen right now, the girls, they are struggling more with the ring muscle up, even though it takes. They have to break up the barbell, but it takes much longer time on the last.
It does, and the strongest girls so far haven't had the advantage of being strong since they haven't gotten to the last barbell yet.
Interesting, really interesting to see.
Yes, I'm looking forward to see Andrea and Antonia on this last one. Elvira, also strong. I know that she's been working on her gymnastics, but I think that she won't be in the top 3 in this event. Emily, you know, crushing the round in the last one, but I think that she will be struggling a little bit too much with the weights and the high skill gymnastics on this one. But I'm loved to be proven wrong.
As you can see, the heat list, Erika Ekelund unfortunately won't compete this weekend. She got sick, I think she wrote to me during this week. She has struggled with some illness and she's not competing. But Elvira Ek, Andrea Solberg, Antonia and Emily Klo is in the last heat. And I think we'll see a tight race between Andrea Solberg and Antonia Feld-Kotlinski. We know that it will be very hard for them to finish the workout, but it will be interesting to see if maybe Andrea or Antonia, or of course any one of the other girls, will get to the last barbell. We're starting in just a few minutes. In picture right now, you can see the massive King's Box rig we have here.
Let's hear it for these girls entering the arena right now. We do have Elvira Ek, we have Andrea Solberg, Antonia Feld-Kotlinski, and Emily Klo.
We saw in the last heat they had actually 3 minutes to do 12 ring muscle ups. That's telling a little bit about the tiredness and the soreness and the amount of rest they had to take on that last set of ring muscle ups.
And ring muscle ups are one of those movements where, you know, when you fail, it takes just so much more to get the next rep.
Yeah. And maybe you feel that you have to be even safer while jumping up for the next try.
New set of judges also.
We are getting ready.
Stand by.
And we're off. Looking at the leaderboard so far in this event, I can now see on omeactive.com that it is Madeleine Persson. She did all of the 12 ring muscle ups on the last set.
So Madeleine might be the leader now, but she might be tied with Hanna Karlsson. Andrea Solberg with one more rep to go, while the other girls are breaking up their sets. But Andrea Solberg, as we suspected, faster in the rings. But she is followed by Antonia Felt-Kutulinski.
The first, you can see the first, almost all athletes at first, they're stumbling a little bit with the feet on the first, but then you can see easy shoulder to overheads for both Andrea and Antonia. Split, she's moves from push jerk to split jerk. Andrea Solberg, she wants to do it unbroken.
And this might
she's
be...
the first girl doing it unbroken.
Yeah, she's the first girl doing this unbroken. And she's back on the ring, so she has approximately 30 seconds faster than the previous heats getting onto the rings again.
Unbroken on the ring muscle ups, unbroken on the barbell.
The Norwegians are here to get it.
Yeah. We had a Norwegian winner in the first male event as well.
Wow, and that's another style or another technique on the rings. You can see that Antonia, she is taking out the kip a little bit more. Going for like a bigger swing in the muscle ups, while Andrea is keeping it really, really tight, doing more of a dip through this muscle ups. Elvira also back on the rings, and Emily, she has locked out her first set of 8 muscle ups.
And right now we can see Emily Chloe in picture right now on the first barbell. She was second in the first event.
Yeah, she was second. But Antonia has overtaken the lead. Maybe the breaking off of the reps a little bit earlier has paid off now. 3 more reps to go for Andrea, 3 more reps to go for Antonia.
Antonia is the leader of these girls right now. She's heading over to the second barbell.
And I'm impressed by Emily Claw, who's in the middle of your screen right now. And Emily, you know, being one of the lighter athletes pound for pound here, but doing a really good job on the 60 kilo barbell. But Antonia right now, she's taking a lead.
There's 70 kilos on the barbell right there.
Yeah, that's like
Looking
70 kilos. It's a
easy.
lot heavier than 60 kilos.
Yeah. Andrea Solberg joins her. Quite a bit over her body weight, I would guess, for Andrea Solberg. Antonia, easy repetitions, only 5 repetitions left.
Elvira Ek fails one of her muscle ups. She got 5 more muscle ups to go. Very nice technique from Andrea Solberg.
She moves over to the split jerk. Only 5 repetitions. Actually gaining a little bit of on Antonia right now.
But Antonia, I think that she has consciously broken up the reps earlier as well. And Antonia, she will have closer to 4 minutes to do these 12 muscle ups. And if she can lock out just one single rep on the last barbell, she will be your event leader.
And soon we will see Andrea Solberg joining her.
And I do believe that Antonia will be in the shot for winning this event.
Yeah, she most definitely right now looks as the most likely winner of this event. She's doing the ring muscle ups firmly and nice, locking out without any struggle at all.
Yes.
Breaking it up, but she still has right now 3 minutes left on the time cap.
Emily Claw going for singles, Elvira also going for, she just did a double. But it is in between Andrea Solberg and Antonia Felt-Kutulinski.
We have 2.5 minutes left. Elvira Ek walks down to the second barbell. She has been struggling a little bit with the ring muscle ups. So she's not at the same round as Andrea Solberg and Antonia. 4 repetitions left for Antonia.
Elvira, however, won't have any problems with the 70 kilos shoulder to overhead. She did 5 reps now.
And we have only 2 repetitions left for Antonia. She will definitely get to that last barbell. Will she maybe even finish this event? It's not impossible at all, actually.
And 5 more reps to go for Andrea Solberg, who's second in this heat so far.
And we have
your new event leader,
Antonia goes down to the last barbell, 77.5 kilo barbell. And she has 1.5 minutes to finish 8 repetitions. Oh, easy! Looking easy! 3 repetitions. 5 left to finish off the event as the first female.
Kom igen nu publiken!
5 repetitions. 4 repetitions. Only 3 left. She will finish this event most likely.
1 more minute to go. And 2 more reps for Andrea, who is looking to get herself into
One last
place.
rep for Antonia! And we have the first finisher and the event winner, Antonia Felt-Kotelinski.
1 more rep to go for Andrea Solberg.
And Andrea Solberg will be able to secure the second if she just does 1 shoulder to overhead. She has 20 seconds left of the time cap. Otherwise, she will tie the second place together with Madeleine Persson. That's 1 repetition, and we have the second place secured for Andrea Solberg. 3 repetitions. And 4 and time.
So your top 3 female athletes from the event number 2 here at Battle of Wermland are Antonia Felt-Kotelinski, we have Andrea Solberg, and we have Madeleine Persson, who is rounding up your top 3.
A big round of applause for Antonia Felt, finishing and showing how it's supposed to be done in this second event. Your event winner for the female elite. She had like, looking at the first and second set, she broke it up from the beginning, and she had like an even pace on the ring muscle up. The feeling elite, of course, on the last round of 12, she broke it up a little bit more, but she showed that breaking it up early, keeping your game plan was a win. And of course, she's super strong and good at the ring muscle ups, of course, but the feeling was that she kept her game plan and won the event.
She proved herself to be the most even athlete over the 2 movements.
Really, really interesting to see. Nice race. Nice race.
Really, really nice. I'm wondering, Eric, should we take just a short breaks before heading over to the guys?
Yeah, it's a short break, just roughly around 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll be back with the first heat for the male athletes.
Nice, stay tuned.
Stay tuned. We are getting ready for the first heat for the male athletes. And entering the field on this first heat is Emil von Gerber, Viktor Ljungdahl, Erik Brorsson and Viktor Långsved. As you can see as well, the workout for the male will be 8 ring muscle ups, 12 shoulder to overhead, starting at 90 kilos, increasing to 100 and 110 kilos on the last barbell. We know, as we talked about before, that the ring muscle ups should be easier for most of the athletes, the male athletes, than for the female athletes.
Yeah, for the females, it was definitely the muscle ups who were the divider in the workout. But I think that the barbell will be more of the tie break for the men.
Yeah, I think so as well. We will see more finishes, most likely. We are getting ready.
Stand by.
And we're off. The first heat for the male elite athletes. Starting off with 8 ring muscle ups, followed by 12 shoulder to overhead at 90 kilograms. Viktor Långsved in picture right now. He was happy to be able to compete this weekend after what he haven't been able to compete together with his CrossFit Nordic team.
Now, don't even get me started on that shitstorm.
Let's talk about that some other time. Viktor Ljungdahl, Brorsson, Viktor Långsved and Gerber joins.
All of the guys on the barbell.
Looks like Emil von Gerber is the one handling the barbell a little bit easier than the other guys.
Impressive work by Emil von Gerber.
Second time for Emil von Gerber here in Battle of Wermland. Last time he competed together with 2 other friends from Stockholm in a team competition. Viktor Ljungdahl is joining him on the exact same repetition. And it's Viktor Ljungdahl together with Emil von Gerber after 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Basically all of the men are back on their set of 10 muscle ups.
We are 1 minute and 40 seconds into this event, in this heat.
And Viktor Långsved is doing a big set of muscle up there. So is Erik Brorsson.
We have a hand up on Brorsson. 3 repetitions left for Ljungdahl, 2 repetitions for Gerber. They are heads up as well. 2 repetitions left for Långsved and the last for Viktor Långsved. And it's Viktor Långsved. He is the first guy to finish the second round of the ring muscle ups. The second barbell will be at 100 kilograms.
And they have 10 reps under 100 kilos. And as you said, we will see some finishes here on the male side. They haven't even reached 3 minutes yet.
Oh, nice work on Viktor Långsved. Only 5 repetitions left for Viktor. We will have a hand up for Viktor Ljungdahl as well. 5 repetitions left. Gerber has a little bit more left, probably around 7 maybe, I would guess. Yeah, that's 4 repetitions left for Gerber and only 2 repetitions left for Victor Longsved down on your right in the picture right now. And he's on his last repetition. And Victor Longsved is the first guy down to the ring muscle up on the last round. With more than 4 minutes left. Like the girls finishing, like the Antonia finishing the workout.
Let's see if Victor Longsved has time to get a set of muscle-ups in before the next guy even gets on the rings.
So the fastest Victor in this heat is right now Victor Longsved. We have Victor Ljungdahl in second place, joining him Erik Brorsson and Emil Vård Gerber.
It's
on the
so
last
tight, it's such a tight race.
Victor Ljungdahl, easy ring muscle ups. He breaks it up. It will come down to the finish for these guys and the last barbell. We have a little bit over 3 minutes left of the time cap.
Erik Brorsson also with a big set of
And we have 5
muscle-ups.
repetitions left for Victor Longsved.
Victor
picture right now.
seems like he saved himself for this last set.
3 repetitions left for Victor
Longsved
Longsved.
definitely the most experienced athlete on his field.
Takes a bit longer rest for Victor Longsved. We have 4 repetitions left for Victor Ljungdahl. But he just broke up and Victor Longsved is up in the rings. That's 1. And he has only 1 repetition left. With 2.5 minutes, he will be able to finish his 8 repetitions on the 110 kilogram barbell.
And who is in second? Brorsson and Ljungdahl.
Only
Neck by neck.
3 repetitions left for Emil Gerber and 2 for Victor Ljungdahl. But it's Victor Longsved. He's the only guy on the barbell right now, picking it up. 110 kilograms. 1 repetition. Let's see how many he does. He got 3. He will do half of them most likely. 4 repetitions, even more, 4 left for Victor Longsved. 3 repetitions left for Victor Longsved.
But second is up for grab. Who will get their first shoulder to overhead?
All the other guys is on the same repetition, but it's Victor Ljungdahl. He does his first, whilst Victor Longsved only has 1 repetition left. A big round of applause for the heat winner, Victor Longsved, finishing around roughly 6 minutes and 50 seconds.
Oh, and Emil von Gerber with a no rep behind his back there. Erik Brorsson still working on his barbell.
5 repetitions left for Victor Ljungdahl, and we have 45 seconds. 3 repetitions, and we have 5 repetitions on Emil Gerber. He could finish this, Victor Ljungdahl. He has roughly 35 seconds left to finish this workout.
Emil von Gerber might be able to overtake second place.
2 repetitions left for Victor Ljungdahl and 2 repetitions left for
20
Emil
seconds to
Gerber.
go.
15 seconds left of the time cap, and they are on the same repetition, both Victor and Emil. 10 seconds. Emil Gerber. No, he nearly missed
That's a
that
no rep for Emil
repetition.
Gerber.
On the last second, and we have the time cap.
And Victor Ljungdahl, he just got that last rep. I think that we have a tie between Emil
I think so as well.
and Victor Ljungdahl.
Emil had a little bit trouble knocking it out. But a big round of applause for Victor Longsved finishing this and a heat winner.
My voice won't be anything left by it on Sunday, you know. This is just the first heat of 3 of the males. I think that this proves just how well of start field we have here, you know. These guys,
we will see a lot
are
of
battling it out rep for rep, and we're just in event 2.
As you said, we have to try to save the voice. We have 2 full days coming up after this one. Sorry for shouting out in the live stream, but when you get excited, it's hard to just hold back.
And all of you on the live stream right now, you should try to get here and see this live, because this is amazing.
We still have the possibility to join here. We have 2 beautiful days coming up here in Battle of Wermland Arvika. You can buy your tickets on Tixter.com and join us here at this wonderful arena together with these wonderful athletes. We have the next heat coming up pretty soon, and it will be the second heat.
We have your current leader, Christopher Nielsen, who took an early event, who won the last event, the endurance event, you know.
Yeah. And he's a strong guy, so I think he can I don't know that much about his ring muscle ups, but I know he's a really strong guy. He can handle that barbell without any problem, I would say. But there's a lot of ring muscle ups, and here they come, the second heat, a big round of applause.
Give it up for Pontus Forsberg, Christopher Nielsen, Christian Hartman och Anders Claesson.
Actually, on the last heat, I wrote like how fast they finished the first round, but then I got so excited, so I didn't have time to write the second round.
It also went so fast that you didn't have time to write it. And I'm gonna say that I'm gonna have you look out for Pontus Forsberg here. It was a while ago I competed against Pontus. He's from Västerås, but I know that he's a really strong guy as well. So I'd be looking at lane number 1 as well.
In the picture right now is your overall leader coming to this event, Christopher Nielsen from Norway, competing in CrossFit since a couple of years. I know he's at the newly started team Actic in Norway, newly started team.
30 seconds. Stand by.
And they are off. The first round, I know the fastest time was, they were like all together at 1 minute and 15 seconds. Of course, it's more on the second and last round where they divide themselves. The unofficial fastest time in the first heat was Victor Longsved with 6 minutes and 52 seconds.
No problem going unbroken on his muscle ups for Pontus, Emil or Christian. Anders breaking it up into 2 sets. And as I said, Pontus, strong guy, looking really good on those shoulder to overheads. So
Christopher Nielsen, the one without t-shirt. He's your overall leader. He has 4 repetitions left together with Pontus.
Christian, who is your last year's winner for the RX division, he made the qualification for this and he got himself into the elite category.
And it's Pontus Forsberg. He's the first guy to enter the second round, roughly around 1:15, the exact same time as the first heat.
Yeah, but he is followed closely by Emil and Christian. 5 reps already for Pontus Forsberg.
As we can see, big sets for these guys, bigger sets on the second round than for the female athletes.
Oh yes.
Only 4 repetitions left for Christopher. He's 1 rep ahead of Pontus Forsberg right now. But now they are heads up once again. If Pontus goes unbroken, he will be the first guy on the second barbell. He breaks it up.
Christian with 3 reps to go.
And your overall leader coming to this event is the leader in this heat, and it's Kristoffer Nilsen from Norway, Oslo. He's on his second barbell. Joining him is Pontus Forsberg. $100 kilograms on the second barbell, and it's 10 repetitions. Easy for Kristoffer in the picture right now, but as well easy for Pontus Forsberg.
Christian made a move on the ring muscle ups. He's also on the barbell.
We have 5 repetitions left for Kristoffer.
We have 6 reps, I think, for Pontus.
Christian Hartmann starts his repetitions on the last barbell. Andreas Claesson is still on his second set with ring muscle ups.
Impressive work by Christian Hartmann, I gotta say that. I think that knocked 5 reps out.
Only 2 repetitions left for Kristoffer Nilsen. You're overall in picture right now.
Yeah.
He will soon to finish off this second round.
I gotta say both Pontus and Emil looks... They're breathing heavy, but they're still keeping their composure.
One repetition left, and we have Kristoffer Nilsen at 3:54, finishing his second round, moving down to the last set of ring muscle ups.
1 more rep to go for Christian Hartmann as well. Christian actually gained a few seconds here during this set of shoulder to overhead, so he's creeping in on them. Pontus first up in the rings, and Pontus did a little bit smaller sets than Emil, but it has seemed to be paying off.
It's 12 repetitions for these guys. Looks like Kristoffer is going a lot faster right now than Pontus on this last set. He has only 5 repetitions left. Five repetitions left for Kristoffer.
3 more minutes
left
to go.
on the time cap. They are now hands up once again, Pontus and Kristoffer Nilsen. Right now, Pontus Forsberg actually is making a move. He has only 2 repetitions, but he breaks it off. Will we see maybe Kristoffer doing all of the 5 last repetitions unbroken? It sure looks like that. He has only 1 repetition, and that's the last one.
Impressive work from Kristoffer.
He has roughly around 1 minute to finish his 8 shoulder to overhead if he's going to beat Victor Longsved.
And Pontus, he's also done.
Kristoffer Nilsen, the first guy to pick up the barbell. He has 8 repetitions. The first one is okay, and the second one as well. The third one as well. We got 4 repetitions and 4 to go, and only 30 seconds if he's going to be able to beat Victor Longsved's time in the first heat.
90 seconds to go. Christian Hartmann also about to clean his barbell.
And it's Christopher Nilsson with his last repetitions. 3 left, 2 left, and he will not be able to beat Victor Longsved, but he's the
Christian
fastest guy
Hartman
in the
just
heat.
did 4 reps.
1 minute left of the time cap. One last repetition. And we have a finish for Christopher Nilsson. Just about a few seconds over 7 minutes.
2 more reps to go for Pontus Forsberg. 3 more reps to go for Christian.
And no rep
no
for
rep
Pontus.
from Pontus.
And it will come down. Hartman will beat Pontus probably in this last. No, he misses on the last rep. 2 reps left for Pontus. 1 rep left for Christian Hartman. And 20 seconds left of the time cap.
1 more rep for them each. And
And it will be Pontus.
I think Pontus had that with like 1/10 of a second.
A big round of applause for Christopher Nilsson, the heat winner in this event. He did it on roughly 7 minutes and 7 seconds. He was about 15 seconds slower than Victor Longsved, but he was the winner in the first event as well, so he right now sits in a pretty good place.
And Victor was, Longsved was the only one to finish, right? In the first hit.
Yeah, he was the only one to finish.
So we have Christopher in second place. We have Pontus in third and Christian in fourth, actually overtaking the first heat. You know, this is going to shake up the leaderboard as well.
Most definitely it will. It was really interesting, like Christian Hartman, he was a bit, I think he was roughly around 30 seconds after to the last barbell, but he went really fast on the last barbell.
I'm impressed by him. And on the floor right now, we have Robert Rolls, Victor Helsinghoff, Anton Davidsson, and Phil Hesketh. So 2 more heats for these males before we have rounded up day 1 here in Arvika and the Battle of Wermland.
So in this heat, we will see the second place finisher from the first event, Phil Hesketh. We talked before this event that he could be a guy that could be dangerous in this event.
Definitely. I'm actually going to stick my neck out and say that, you know, the experienced former games athlete Phil Hesketh will have a good shot at winning in this heat, but he's coming up against a few, I wouldn't say newcomers because we have seen them before, but a little less experienced athletes.
Yeah. I talked with Christopher last week. He was here training, and he told me that Victor in this heat is actually stronger than him. And if he's stronger than Christopher, then he's strong. I don't know how strong he is, but if he's stronger than Christopher, then he is strong.
Stand by.
And we are off. 8 ring muscle-ups. Phil Hesketh in picture right now. The guy behind prepared training. Prepared. We have a lot of prepared athletes here competing this weekend. He's second place coming into this event. And they are all together down to the first barbell. Robert Rolls moving at an impressive speed.
Maybe they have seen the earlier heats, you know. It seems like you've been benefiting from breaking up early. Anton Davidsson actually going for like a shallow split jerk from start on. That could be good tactics, and he did a big set.
We have 1 minute and 10 seconds, and this heat right now is going a little bit slower on this first round than the first two heats. Roughly 4 or 5 seconds slower, and it's Robert Rolls together with Phil Heskett. That will be the two first guys down to the second round of ring muscle ups, and the second round will be 10 ring muscle ups.
They are just a little bit slower than the previous two heats coming back on the rings, but you know there's a big chunk of reps left for them to do. Robert seemed to be breaking up early. That seems to be his tactics.
We have Robert Rolls with 5 repetitions left, and 5 repetitions left on Phil Heskett. And 4, and only 3 repetitions left for Phil Heskett. He's the leader in this heat right now. Only 1 last repetition for Phil Heskett. And Phil Heskett is your heat leader right now, going down to the second barbell, which will be 100 kilograms. And it's 10 repetition as well on the shoulder to overhead as in the ring muscle ups on this second round.
Robert also joining Phil on the second barbell.
Phil Heskett moving that barbell really easy, breaking it up. The last heat finished the second round at around 3:54.
Victor and Anton also on their second set of shoulder to overhead.
Four repetitions left for Phil Heskett. He's the leader in this heat right now. He is right now roughly at the same pace as the previous heat and actually he's 10 seconds faster than the heat before. He finished around 3:44. That's a little bit faster. If he can move fast on the ring muscle ups and the barbells, he could actually be the fastest guy so far in this event.
And he looks really, really comfortable. You know, he went on these rings faster than the previous heats. He was finished faster and he took a shorter breaks before moving on to his last set of muscle ups.
He does.
And Robert Rolls also, he has locked out his second set of 10.
He will be able to finish this event as well. Roughly around 3.5 minutes. Victor Helsinghoff, 4 repetitions left. But your overall leader is the guy, the leader you see in this heat is Phil Heskett. He's in the picture right now in the pink t-shirt. Securing another set, then he only has 4 repetitions left of his set of 12 ring muscle ups. It will most definitely be possible for him to have the fastest time in this event. If he does this unbroken, he will have more than 1.5 minutes to finish the last set of
I
shoulder
do
overhead.
believe he will do that. Just 1 more rep to go for Phil Heskett. And he has
And
8
Phil Heskett
reps to go. Shoulder to overhead at 110 kilos. Back on the rings, we also have Victor Helsinghoff. Robert Rolls with 3 reps to go.
Phil Heskett will have roughly around 1 minute and 12 seconds to take the the fastest time so far. He has 8 repetitions. Only 5 repetitions left for Phil Haskett, as we are guessing the oldest athlete in the field, maybe together with, I think Bronislav is roughly around 33, 34.
These young guns will have to, you know, learn from the best.
5 repetitions left. 4, 3. Only 2 repetitions left for Phil Haskett. Roughly 30 seconds left to be able to beat Victor Longsved's time. And Robert Rolls is joining, struggling a little bit with that shoulder to overhead. 2 repetitions left for Phil Haskett. Will he be able to beat Victor Longsved? 1 left. And I'm sure that we have the fastest time right now in Phil Haskett in this event, roughly around 6:46.
Five reps to go for Robert. And 1 more minute left.
4 repetitions left for Robert Rolls. He's the second guy in this heat right now. Joining him is Helsinghoff from Norway. He is down on his last barbell. 3 repetitions left for Robert Rolls. It will be very hard for him to finish the event. Only 30 seconds left. Helsinghoff joining him. He is 5 reps behind. We
10
have
seconds. One more rep to go.
And we have time. A big round of applause for the fastest time so far in Phil Haskett. I'm guessing around 6:46, around 6 seconds faster than Victor Longsved. We have one last heat, and we have pretty good guys in the last heat, actually.
Pretty good guys.
We have
to say,
Uldis, he qualified for the games this year, doing this competition as a good peak towards the games. He has roughly around 3 weeks of good training and rest, and then he's going off to Madison. I think he's like the 3rd time or 4th time for this.
Something like that, at least the 3rd time.
Yeah.
At least. And he's done really well as well at Madison.
Yeah, he's a really good overall athlete. And Luka Dukic, he's a games athlete as well. Nearly missing the games this year with around, I think, 6 points in his semi-final. He will be a guy to look at in this heat as well.
And then, of course, we have Bronislaw Olenkovic, the Polish, the strongest guy in Poland. I don't know.
The strongest guy in the, one of the strongest guy in CrossFit. At least in terms of lifting weights, especially with close grip.
We just have heat
Weird
after
lifts.
heat after heat with just amazing athletes coming in here.
And he's joined with other strong guys. We have, of course, Victor McLarsson and as well Tim Holmgren. So down on the field right now, we see Tim Holmgren, Bronislav Olenkovic, Uldis Uldipekis, Victor Munklarsson, in Luka Dukic.
Give it up!
This will definitely be a heat where we have to sit on the nails, try to keep the voice down. I think that this will be a real rat race between these guys. Luka Dukic, he was coming here to compete actually 2 years ago when Bronislav won the event, but he couldn't come because of the COVID restrictions. Now he's here and
1 minute, athletes.
He's an athlete to count on in the competition for the podium and not at least the win for this event, this weekend's event.
Yeah, and both Bronislav and Tim are looking to gain some points now because they came second to last and last in the previous heat, the previous event.
Yeah, and Tim Holmgren, he's a strong guy as well. I don't know how good he is in the ring muscle up though.
Tim is amazingly skilled in the rings. However, with Tim,
30 seconds.
the amount of volume for the shoulders could be an issue for him, you know.
Yeah.
Stand by.
And we're off in the last heat of these elite male athletes. It's 8 ring muscle-ups. I can guarantee you that these guys will go unbroken on these 8 ring muscle-ups. On the first barbell, it's 12 repetitions at 90 kilograms.
Someone who's been practicing his ring muscle-ups is Victor Munk Larsson. He went unbroken here. He isn't the strongest guy in the rings, but you know, I'm gonna look forward to see how Victor Munk Larsson when it comes to the sheer grinding event later on this weekend. But, you know,
Fast repetitions on
from all of these athletes. Look at Bronislav.
Look at Bronislav. It looks like the barbell is empty. 52 seconds on the first round. That's 20 seconds faster than the other heats. On the first round.
And closely after him we have Ulde Supinix, the guy from
Uldis
Latvia.
And Tim joining in, and Luca as well. All the guys faster than the other heats so far. Four repetitions left for Bronislav. No hand up for Uldis. And we have 4 repetitions left for Luka Dukic and 5 for Tim Holmgren.
And you know, it's something with these Eastern Europeans. You can never see in their face if something is like heavy or hard or tough on them.
And it's Bronislav Olenkovic, the first guy to the second barbell. It's 100 kilograms.
And Luka Dukic, he has taken second place right now, but Ulde Supinix is just in his heels.
These 3 games athletes joining each other on the second barbell. Bronislav, the first one to make a move. And as you can see, he's really making a move as well. 4 repetitions left for Bronislav. He will most likely be the first guy to the last round. Bronislav Olenkovic, he loves that barbell, at least if it's heavy.
He's thriving.
2:49. That's 1 minute faster than the other heats. Down to the last
But
round.
Uldis, he's also there, you know.
He's like only 10 seconds behind
Luka
Bronislav.
Dukic is just 5 seconds behind Uldis.
It's a tight race and we will see the fastest times in these heats. Let's see if Uldis and Luka can make a move on the ring muscle up. Bronislav, the heaviest athlete in the heat right now. Of course, it will take a little bit more of an energy to get himself above those rings.
Yeah, but I know that Bronislav can do 20 plus on broken ring muscle ups.
We have 5 repetitions left on Luka Dukic. He, as it seems, is in lead, but Bronislav is joining him with only 4 repetitions left.
And Bronislav is looking over his shoulder to the left to see how many Luka got.
And
Their eyes
Uldis,
are almost meeting.
how many repetitions on Uldis? We only have 3 repetitions down on Luka Dukic. And I can say that this heat is 1 minute faster right now, and it's Uldis together with Luka Dukic at the exact same time moving down to that last barbell. And Bronislav is joining them.
And if we haven't already said it, we have some of the fittest guys in the whole of Europe standing here on the floor right now.
And they are joining each other. Uldis is the first together with Luka, but Bronislav, he will most likely be fastest. He will be the first guy maybe to go unbroken. He only has three repetitions left. And one last repetition. Almost one.
No. Bronislav, he got a no rep.
He
showed off too early. He showed off too early. And it seems like it's Uldis who got the win. You gotta show control at the top of each rep.
And Luka Dukic joins them. And is the third in this heat.
We still have 2 more guys out on the field here. We have Tim Holmberg and Victor Munk Larsson.
We will have a look at, I'm guessing that the head judge will have a look at that last rep of Bronislav Olenkovic to determine if he will get the event win or not.
You know, Bronislav, he didn't get the rep before he stood on one leg, and you need to show control of the barbell, so it's gonna be something for the head judge.
That's enough. We have Tim Holmgren. And being in the heat together with Bronislav and Uldis, it looks like you're slow, but actually moving to the last barbell, he has pretty much over, roughly 1.5 minutes to finish this event. Tim Holmgren, easy work on that barbell. He will finish this event. 4 repetitions left. Only 4 repetitions left for
One more minute to go. 2 more reps for Tim Holmgren.
50 seconds left.
And Tim is taking a
And a finish for
good
Tim
finish for Tim
Holmgren
Holmgren is sånt as well.
with roughly around a half minute left of the time cap.
30 seconds to go, and Victor Munk Larsson still has a couple of more reps on his last set of ring muscle ups.
Yeah.
10 more seconds! Come on, Victor! Pick it up!
And we have time.
No!
A big round of applause for these wonderful athletes and the fastest times so far. So this was the last heat for these athletes. They are discussing right now, and I think that it will be yet to be determined which of the guys will be the event winners. It will be something that will be up to the head judge to determine. But yet, it still was Uldis or Bronislav. They were like, of course Bronislav was first to finish, but it's the judge's decision if he really had control before showing off. And maybe showing off isn't the smartest move to make, even though you're ahead of the other guys.
Yeah, the thing is, you have to get the rep from the judge before you put the barbell down. You know, you can show control, but you still have to get the rep.
Yeah, most likely I think that it will be Uldis that will be the event winner.
Yeah.
Even though Bronislav showed that he was the fastest athlete.
As you said, it's going to be a thing for the head judge. I just want to say that big up to all the judges who does this voluntarily.
Exactly,
you know,
exactly.
And these guys and girls, they are judging some of both Sweden's and Europe's best athletes.
And I watched the video right now, actually, rewinding, and yeah, I'm not the judge for this, so it will be up to the head judge. Even though we know that these three guys will be 1, 2, and 3rd, roughly around 1 minute faster than the second to fastest time. Let's have a look at the overall leaderboard at the female side, because we don't have everything on the males' sides in the result system yet, but for you guys that want to follow the competition, you should look it up at ohmactive.com. Let's see here. There we have it.
And we're going to bring it up for a screen for it. There you can see we have Andreas Solberg, who is in an early lead here, coming out of day 1 for this competition. But she's just 2 points ahead of Otolle Felton-Kutulinski, and then just 4 points ahead of Olivia Johansson, and Hanna Karlsson is tied for 3rd.
Really tight.
So it's really, really, really tight.
Andrea Solberg, she has won here at the first competition actually that we hosted in Battle of Wermland. She was the winner, and who was the other winner in the first event? In the first competition ever for Battle of Wermland.
Did she win, or did Holte win?
No, the first competition, it was Andrea Solberg.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Down at the first arena we had where we...
Oh, yeah.
But you most likely...
I was there and I competed, but I didn't compete against her though. So.
No, but in the male division, you don't remember your place?
I remember my place, but you know, it's not about me now.
You don't want to brag about it, but Charlie Carlson actually was the winner of that competition.
Long time ago. But yeah, like, the scoring for the male haven't come in yet, but as you said, it should probably be Uldis tied somewhere with Christopher Nielsen for the top, and of course Phil Heskett as well.
Yeah, I think Phil Heskett, he was second, and he probably came in 4th place in this one, because it was Bronislav and it was Uldis and Luka that was faster than him.
Yeah.
Than Phil Heskett, so 4th place. And Uldis, he was 3rd in the first one. Now he was probably the winner of this one.
Probably, and Christopher, he was first in the first event, and around like 5th or 4th in this event. So it's gonna be as tight as the females as well, which makes it even more exciting for day 2 and 3.
Well, we have, as we said earlier, it's a full weekend of competition, and these elite athletes will be joined by the RX and intermediate divisions tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to have simultaneously 2 different live streams which you can follow, and we will put up the links to the different live streams in the Instagram account. So what you should do is you should write Battle of Wermland at Instagram, and you should click follow, so you can follow the updates and everything for the competition during this weekend. And it will be a full 2 full days for the RX and intermediates as well, and they will be joined, by, of course, during the whole weekend with the elite athletes.
Yes, and as you said, there will be some events going on simultaneously. They will be live streamed, and as far as we can, we will be commenting as well on the intermediate and on the RX, but we can't promise you right now that there will be comments on all of the events. We will do our best.
Yeah, most likely. We had some problems. That's why you're sitting with that mic right now. So that's what probably we had to solve during this evening. But we have rigged 2 separate live streams with the possibility to commentate. So most likely you will hear either me, Charlie, or Simon in this or the other live stream. At least you will hear us in one of them, at least.
We also have a long weekend ahead of us, Eric.
And I'm feeling that the voice already is it's always like that the first day of competition. You know, the voice has to like get used to this volume of talking.
It's going to be a silent evening, you know, because if it's this amount of suspense for each heat or event for the upcoming days, we won't be talking for a few days after this competition.
Actually, the last competition, I was alone in this commentary booth. That was a lot of talking, actually. But talking about talking, we should talk about the leaderboard isn't updated yet, but we could have a look just at the first event for tomorrow. For you guys, we will be starting with the elite event at 8 o'clock. The female event at 8 o'clock. And let me show you what the program is actually. Let's see what happens if I do like this.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, it was
Amazing.
But it was the wrong event actually.
Yeah,
Since we are doing simultaneously events, you can't see it, but I can tell you what the event is. For the elite division, which you have followed this today, they will start off with a maxing event. They will be, actually it's 200 points, 100 points in the maxing event, which will consist of 3 RM front squat, together with a maxing in 1 RM snatch anyhow. After that, they will have a bit of a rest, and then they will do a grace that will be loaded with 70% of their snatch performance in the A part of the workout.
That's a bit of a twist, yeah?
That's a bit of a twist, and some of the guys likes it, and some of the guys doesn't like it. But that's it. All the guys will be doing the same events. Of course, it will be a little bit mixed up in the weights, but there will be a lowest weight. So you couldn't be able to like snatch 20 kilos and then move over to a 10 kilo barbell and do the grace and secure a win on the grace. So there will be, and for the male athletes, it will be 80 kilos. That will be the lowest weight on the grace. And it's, no, I think it was 80 kilos, yeah, I think it was.
Quite a heavy grace though.
Quite a heavy weight though, yeah.
Right.
Summing it up, we will get back to you. If you want to be updated on the leaderboard, you should look up OUM Active. That's oumactive.com, where you can follow all the results for this weekend. You just click on competition, and then you click on Battle of Wermland, and you can find all the different divisions, and it will be updated firmly during the weekend.
Definitely, and if you have any feedback for us or any questions, maybe we can once in a while look into the chat here for the... we've done that before, taken a few questions, but again, thank you for staying with us for this live stream. We hope to get back to you soon. We hope that you'll stay with us through the entirety of this weekend. And if you are able to get here live on site, you should most definitely do that.
Absolutely. We have both one-day tickets and two-day tickets. And come here, hang around, drink some beer from Wermlands Brygghus, eat some good food, watch some extremely good athletes, and enjoy the sun here in CrossFit Mejeriet Arvika.
Cool, Eric. Thank you for today.
Thank you for the day, and see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.